going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph David here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us on your Sunday morning of Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. It is Sunday, April 10th, 2022. First and foremost, I hope everybody had a great weekend. And so far are waking up to your Sunday morning and joining us. Sorry for the delay. Of course, we had a little bit of a traffic problem getting here this morning. So I did inform everybody that I was going to be late. So we had a little bit of a traffic problem getting here to the studio, but we did make it. And we are officially on air and live to be a part of you guys on this Sunday morning. So, first and foremost, again, this is Worldwide Sport Updates. Your podcast, your news, your local community, nonetheless. All right. First and foremost, we have a lot to talk about. We definitely do. So we're gonna make the most out of it, out of the show today, with you guys on, with you joining us here on Worldwide Sport Updates, to give you all the latest up to date on your news around the world of sports. And we're going to start off doing that, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak. So we have lots of grounds to go over. Nonetheless, with NFL news coming up, we're going to talk about that here on the show. And not a whole lot of NFL news, but we definitely have a lot of NFL news to go over. We're going to go over that here in a couple minutes. Also, we are going to go over some Major League Baseball scores as opening week just started. Opening week, I think, started on Thursday. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the NBA. Also, we're going to talk about some golf news. Yes, we're going to talk about golf. Also, we're going to cover UFC boxing from yesterday. Also, we're going to talk about Premier Boxing. And we are also going to talk about, I believe there is one more. Oh, yeah, NHL news. So we're going to talk about NHL news, NBA. I also have some news out of college football. So we're going to talk about that as well. So we have NHL news coming up, Major League Baseball news coming up, college football news coming up, NBA news coming up, everything with NBA coming up. The latest on the MVP race, the latest on the rookie race, and also the playoffs, and also scores and the predictions for your Sunday games, and also recap scores from Saturday. Again, we're going to talk about UFC, Premier Boxing. We're going to talk about some golf. Also, the latest on Mattress Mack. And also, we're going to talk about the national championship and college basketball from last week between the men's and women's national championship. We'll recap those. Also, again, NFL news coming up. And also, we have some XFL news coming up here on your Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. All right, so again, hopefully everybody is having a great weekend nonetheless. Hopefully everybody enjoyed Friday and Saturday, and hopefully everybody tuned in to our recorded podcast on Friday, where I believe we covered the latest on Frank Gore's retirement. Yes, so Frank Gore announced he's going to retire from the NFL after spending, 15 seasons. And ladies and gentlemen, more details on that is he's going to decide to pursue going into his boxing career. So he's going to be going into professional boxing. I think the latest reports, and according to sources, is Frank Gore signed a one-day contract with the 49ers, and he will decide to hang up his hang up his cleats in the NFL and move over to professional boxing. So that's the latest on that news from there. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more news I did mention on my recorded podcast on Friday is the Lakers are officially eliminated from the play-in tournament, not to mention the overall playoffs in general. What a disappointing season for the Los Angeles Lakers. And speaking of the Lakers, the Los Angeles Lakers organization have decided to sit out LeBron James for the rest of the season and prepare for next season. That's also an article and reports that have been it was brought to our attention this past week, and that's the direction they're going. Again, as far as Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook are concerned, I heard, according to them, they might not be playing the season finale, which is part of the 14 to 15 games that is scheduled. I think Lakers are scheduled to play today in their season finale. We got 15 games in the NBA, folks, today. Today, before the NBA playoffs officially begin on April 12th. The play-in tournament starts on April 12th. The actual NBA playoffs start on April 16th. So today, ladies and gentlemen, 15 NBA games are scheduled on the card before the NBA regular season officially comes to an end. It's crazy, folks. And we're going to get to those in a couple minutes nonetheless. But first and foremost, let's start off the show here with some NFL news. And we're going to start off with that. And we're going to carry the show throughout these next maybe the 3.5 hours, maybe tops. But we are here, folks. We are committed and dedicated to you. And out of the goodness of our heart, we deliver sports news the best to our ability. And this is what our podcast is all about. Now, a lot of people have been asking me, don't you have a phone number for this podcast? Of course we do. But bad news is folks, our hotline has just not been up to date. All right, it has not been working. There's like so much technical difficulties going on with it that we cannot receive calls to take people's calls while we're on the air. So we're gonna take a while to address that, folks. We don't know when we're gonna be up and running yet with phone calls. So in the meantime, I appreciate your patience. We are on the air here, and we're taking comments below. So always interact with us here live and chime in your comments, below. We're always here. We're appreciative. We'll read them and we'll get back to you on them. So we'll do the best of our ability to answer any of your questions that you may have. But as far as like calling in to be on air, we do have a phone number, but unfortunately it's not working. And we don't know when it's going to be up and running. We don't have an actual date of when it's going to be, when we are going to be on air. When we are going to have that phone number to be on air, to have you guys call in and hear your voices nonetheless. So, but as soon as we do have something, folks, we'll keep you up to date. We'll let you know exactly when our phone number will be, launched and available for you guys to call in and, interact with us nonetheless. All right. First NFL news I would like to share with everybody on this Sunday morning. So according to reports and sources now, this was brought to my attention what the NFL is going to be doing regarding the Summer Olympics. So the NFL.com, well actually not NFL.com, NFL in general, they have reached out to the Summer Olympics that by the year 2028 they want to introduce the NFL flag football. Yeah, so that is some pretty interesting, something pretty interesting the NFL is deciding to do. So, yeah, according to reports and sources, folks, the NFL is thinking about by the year of 2028, they want to do the Summer Olympics where they're going to be introducing NFL flag football. So the NFL, again, they're trying their hard to the best of their ability to push to have flag football introduced to the Summer Olympics by the year 2028, which is actually not a bad idea, to be honest with you. It's not a bad idea at all for the Summer Olympics to go that route and maybe, to introduce flag football. I think it's really great, not to mention it would be beneficial to the organization of the NFL. It definitely would. Now, are they looking to boost up the NFL even more to get it recognized? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think the reason the NFL is pushing so hard to introduce flag football to the Summer Olympics by the year 2028. Yeah, I think 2028 at the latest is when they're trying to get it introduced. Is because, look at, ladies and gentlemen, next season in the NFL, excuse me, the NFL is going to be playing international games. If you all recall, they're going to be playing in London. They're going to be playing in Greece. They're going to be playing, everywhere you name it across the international world of NFL football, which is pretty awesome nonetheless. So the NFL now, ladies and gentlemen, is starting to get recognized not just only in the USA per se, but now they're actually getting introduced internationally. So, like I said, London, Greece, you name it, folks. So yeah, Greece and London, folks, are the popular ones I think I could think of right now, where they're going to be introducing NFL teams going overseas. Going international, playing international football, and that will be happening this upcoming season. Yeah, unfortunately, folks. So it'll be happening this upcoming season where the NFL will be playing international games. So they'll be getting involved with Greece and maybe London games. Again, in London they've been involved with them previously, so this is nothing new. So London is familiar with the NFL, but now Greece is getting into the mix, where they want to interact with the NFL organization in itself. So it's pretty interesting that the NFL is trying to really push harder to introduce NFL flag football to the Summer Olympics by the year 2028, which is pretty phenomenal, if you ask me. So that is the latest report from the NFL on that, ladies and gentlemen. Also, more NFL news to go over with you, ladies and gentlemen. So it has been made. Excuse me. It has been made, ladies and gentlemen, crystal clear that Rob Gronkowski, ladies and gentlemen, who pretty much has been talking to the social media, talking to reports and sources, that he's still undecided if he wants to return. So, we all know that after 2 months, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Brady, took time off and stepped away from the NFL, and we thought it was actually a legitimate retirement. But before March Madness began, ladies and gentlemen, back in the March of this season, March of this year, before March Madness began, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Brady all of a sudden comes out of the blue, and the internet starts buzzing again that Tom Brady is officially coming out of retirement after going on that semi-retirement for 2 months. He could not step away from the NFL, and he decided to come back to the NFL again to play for his 23rd to maybe 24th consecutive season, which is remarkable. He's already at the age of 45 years old, if he did not hit that mark already. And also, ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Arians of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he announced his retirement from the NFL, and now Todd Bowles is going to be taking over as the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If I did not mention about that last week, So yeah, now, Todd Bowles is now the new. I believe he is the new definite head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization. So Bruce Arians, however, ladies and gentlemen, he just stepped away from the head coaching role. He's still gonna be involved with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but he will not be coaching on the sidelines this upcoming season for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But he will still be involved with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but he just won't be on the sidelines coaching for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, he decided to give the role to Bruce Arians. Not Bruce Arians, Todd Bowles. He has relieved his duties to Todd Bowles, and Todd Bowles is now the definite head coach for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization going into this upcoming season. So he'll be given the play calling. He'll be given the plays and looking at the playbook to give them and interact with Mr. Brady this upcoming season for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization. So that's pretty awesome. We'll see how the connection between Tom Brady and Todd Bowles turns out this upcoming season. It should be interesting. Tom Brady did make it crystal clear that he loves the new moves. He loves the new changes. Everybody, everywhere you guys pretty much are involved with, sometimes change is a good thing, and sometimes change you just have to pretty much go about it. How you're gonna adjust to it and interact with the new changes that are being put out there to get pretty much acclimated with. So that's the word I'm looking for. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Todd Bowles and Tom Brady at the helm for the Buccaneers this upcoming season. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, again, go back and talk about. Excuse me. To go ahead and talk about Rob Gronkowski again, folks. He has made it pretty much, what he wants to do, and as of right now, he's still undecided. But he has made one thing pretty much. Where he wants to be if he decides to make a return. To return again to the NFL and play football. And according to reports and sources, he wants to play with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He addressed that. According to reports and sources, he wants to stick with Tampa Bay with Tom Brady, and he wants to play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers only if he decides to stick around in the NFL and play more football before he decides to call it a career. Nonetheless, folks, we'll wait and see what Rob Gronkowski's approach is going to be as he makes a tough decision and sees what options are there for him. Before he gives out a definite answer. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll definitely keep you up to date on the latest on Rob Gronkowski. And if we hear anything, we'll definitely keep you up to date. So always keep an eye on our sports page for the latest up to dates on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok. Everywhere, folks. On YouTube channel, our platforms for every latest up to date on what Rob Gronkowski will decide to do, in the suitable future. So, again, will he come back? Will he decide to call it a career? During I believe when the Bengals were in the Super Bowl. during that week, Rob Gronkowski kind of put out some different teams out there that he wanted to play for. I believe he wanted to play for the Cincinnati Bengals and Joey Burrow. And I believe he wanted to play for another team. I forgot which other team he wanted to play for that he was interested in. He wanted to play for. But I know he made it. He did throw out there that he wanted to play for the Bengals. So, oh yeah, he also wanted to play for the Buffalo Bills. Also, so he wanted to play with Josh Allen as well. So I don't know. I mean, if he's still thinking about those teams, or is he really, what he just said this past week, that his eyes are only on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tampa Bay Buccaneers only. So we're gonna see if that really true holds to, will he stay with Tampa, or will he decide to look at other options? Also, ladies and gentlemen, again, oh my God, this is some sad news, ladies and gentlemen, from the NFL. And this actually caught everybody by surprise yesterday. The internet was shocked by the news, as we were as well. And actually, the news, ladies and gentlemen, it came Saturday morning. Saturday morning, I think I was on my way to having coffee at a restaurant yesterday morning with a couple people. And my phone went off all of a sudden while I was having coffee. And I think I had, some scrambled eggs and a couple of pancakes. And my phone went off. And I found out that Dwayne Haskins, ladies and gentlemen, the quarterback, a former quarterback of the Washington, for the Washington Commanders. He used to play with the Washington Commanders, and he also played with the Pittsburgh Steelers as a backup role for Ben Roethlisberger. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's sad. It's sad to what we heard and transpired yesterday morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, our condolences to the family goes out to the Haskins family, as Dwayne Haskins has passed away, ladies and gentlemen, at the age of 24 years old. It is very sad news, folks. According to reports and sources, reports are coming in that Dwayne Haskins was hit by a dump truck, a garbage disposal truck, I believe. That's the reports that we heard that came in throughout the yesterday's, as the news broke out. And ladies and gentlemen, again, our condolences goes out to the Haskins family, as Dwayne Haskins has passed away at the age of 24 years old. And not to mention, folks, he was also a former Ohio State Buckeye. Yeah, in college, folks. He was also a former Ohio State Buckeye, wearing number 7. Very proud during his college years. And then, went onto the NFL draft and got picked up by the Washington Commanders football team. And he was wearing number 7 with the Washington football team. And all of a sudden, the news broke out yesterday, folks, that Dwayne Haskins, at the age of 24, has passed away. So rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. And our condolences goes out to the family nonetheless. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take the time to give it a moment of silence to Dwayne Haskins. Thank you. All right. more NFL news I would like to share with everybody. So, according to reports and sources, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, Walmart Rob Walton, folks. I don't know if anybody is familiar with Rob Walton. Reports are coming out this past week that he is going to be possibly the potential buyer for the Denver Broncos organization. So Rob Walton, folks, has put out his name out there into a hat, pretty much. Rob Walton has put his name out there for potentially to be the potential buyer for the Denver Broncos organization. That also broke out this past week that Rob Walton, ladies and gentlemen, Walmart's own Rob Walton, has decided that he wants to buy the Denver Broncos organization. He is actually also related to the Rams owner. So Rob Walton is putting his name out there to be interested in as a potential buyer for the Denver Broncos, which I believe currently is worth right now about $70.5 billion. Yeah. So he's making that offer right now, which is, I think, a huge offer right now by Rob Walton to put that out there. So he's expected to make that bid with the Denver Broncos for around $4.5 to $5 billion, nonetheless. And this offer again would be the largest bid in for an NFL team in history. And I get it'll be worth around, again, in total, $70.5 billion, folks. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, and Rob Walton is definitely putting his name out there, to own the Denver Broncos. So what something to watch out for and look for. We'll see how that works out. Nonetheless, so if there's any more reports on that, we'll keep you up to date. So always interact with our sports pages. Again, Worldwide Sport Updates on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, Instagram, everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere, folks, for the latest updates on sports regarding this situation here. That Rob Walton, again, Walmart's own Rob Walton. He's also with Sam Walton, too. So Rob Walton, ladies and gentlemen, you all know the Walton family. Walton family is a big family in the Walmart community in itself. And again, ladies and gentlemen, here, let's hashtag that real quick. So again, Rob Walton, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let's put that out there. Rob Walton, Walmart's own. Walmart's own. Walmart's own to become a potential buyer for the Denver Broncos organization, folks. Yeah, organization. So hopefully, once we hear something, folks, we'll definitely keep you up to date on that, nonetheless. So again, at the bottom of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, Rob Walton, Walmart's own, to become possibly the potential buyer for the Denver Broncos organization, which could be something possibly, very, very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, the Waltons have a lot of financial debt in them. I mean, and when I mean that, I mean they have stacks of money. So it's not like they are in financial debt. Which they're not, but they have they have money to work with. to potentially take this offer and see where it goes from there. So Rob Walton, ladies and gentlemen, we hope something works out, and we'll go from there. And if anything changes, folks, we'll definitely keep you up to date. Nonetheless on that, right? All right. Let's talk about XFL, ladies and gentlemen. We need to talk about the XFL now. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all familiar with the XFL, right? And how the XFL, was brought in as so if anybody's not familiar with XFL, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna tell you right now. XFL was brought in, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was introduced right around the year of around the 2019, I think 2020, before COVID made an impact to our world of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, XFL is it's called. Here's what it stands for. It's an extra fun league. That's what it stands for. Okay, it's an extra fun league. That's what that's what the XFL is known for. But I believe that's what. I think that's what it means. I believe so. So, a lot of people ask me again, who owns it? The Rock, of course. He owns the XFL. Again, it was founded on January 25th of 2018. It was introduced in the year 2018. So XFL, ladies and gentlemen, was introduced back in 2018 year. Again, it's an extreme football league, folks. That's what it stands for. But at the same time, it's also the XFL is known for being it is also known for being an extra fun league, but they are an extreme football league. Okay, so that's what they stand for. They are an extreme football league. Now, the XFL, the extreme is in X, not in E. Okay, just to clarify that for everybody. Everybody knows that extreme starts with an E and not with an X. But with this one, the XFL have made it an X on XFL being an extreme football league. Okay, that's what it stands for. So it's Extreme Football League, folks. XFL stands for Extreme Football League, known as an extra fun football league as well. So it's also extra fun as well after the NFL season wraps up. That's when usually the XFL, ladies and gentlemen, is being hosted. Right after the NFL season, right after the Super Bowl, is when the XFL comes on. During that time frame, which I believe, again, like I mentioned, it starts right after the Super Bowl. So it starts somewhere around the month of February, and I think it goes all the way till sometime around, I don't know how long of a season it is, but I know it's not that long. I think it goes from February to sometime, I believe, before the summer begins. I believe so. I could be wrong, but that's what the XFL is, ladies and gentlemen. It's an extreme football league. But this past week, folks, okay, The Rock owns that league. Okay, I will just to clarify that he's the owner of the XFL. But this past week, ladies and gentlemen, The Rock has introduced a new logo for the XFL. But now there's a red flag. Unfortunately, there's a red flag for the Extreme Football League. By red flag, ladies and gentlemen, I mean he's being sued. The Rock, ladies and gentlemen, WWE superstar, the People's Champion, is being sued. Yeah. So, unfortunately, folks, he is being sued by Sue Bird. According to reports and sources, Sue Bird made it known, again, according to reports and sources, that when The Rock introduced a new logo, it has the same similarities, same comparison to that new logo that he introduced, that Sue Bird also is familiar with, that she has. So now, they have like the same. They have the same. Pretty much, they have like the same idea. Sue Bird is suing The Rock for going with the same ideas that The Rock went with, that Sue Bird already has. So that's the latest that's coming in this past week from the XFL. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, nobody wants to get sued. I'll tell you that. So again, the XFL, ladies and gentlemen, it is scheduled to begin in the year 2023. So again, The Rock is being sued after announcing that logo this past week. Sue Bird and others that are associated with Sue Bird are suing The Rock with the similar logo that he introduced this past week, folks. And can you believe that The Rock is being sued? It's crazy, folks. You talk about introducing a new logo for the Extreme Football League. For the Extreme Football League. And now to get sued by it is like a whole different level for The Rock to worry about now, and try to maybe figure things out on behalf of the situation. So we'll see what goes on from there. We'll see what happens these next couple weeks regarding that situation. Hopefully, The Rock could clear the air on that. But again, they introduced a new logo. Okay, they introduced a new logo for the XFL. The XFL, ladies and gentlemen, the old logo was, I think it was red and blue. It was red and blue. That was the old logo. So with the new logo now, they made it all actually black and white. That's what they made the new logo for the XFL. You'll see XFL, but you'll see it in black and white as a logo. That's what you'll see it as. And unfortunately now, Sue Bird and others that are associated with Sue Bird, that are affiliated with Sue Bird, are attacking The Rock for having the same similarities and introducing that new logo. So again, not a good week. Not a good week for The Rock. I mean, to be sued for for something like that, and maybe The Rock. I mean, again, maybe The Rock didn't even know about that. He did not know that Sue Bird, had something similar to what The Rock introduced. That could be, that could be probably solved. But again, hopefully something comes into terms with that, and they try to work something out. Because again, being sued is not something to to take very lightly. I mean, it's a serious matter. So hopefully The Rock could get that figured out and this situated. But nonetheless, folks, he is being sued, and we'll see what happens from there. So we'll keep you up to date as we hear something regarding that. Again, this past week, folks, the reports came in that The Rock, he is the owner of Extreme Football League. He rebranded the XFL logo, and Sue Bird and Alex Morgan together of the media company have decided to sue The Rock with the same similarities with the rebranding of the XFL. So again, let's hashtag that for anybody out there that missed it. Again, Alex Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Morgan and Sue Bird are suing The Rock for rebranding the XFL logo with the same similarities. So that is so Alex Morgan and Sue Bird, again, ladies and gentlemen, are suing The Rock for rebranding the XFL logo with same similarities that they probably have. So crazy stuff, though. Crazy stuff. So again, folks, as soon as we hear something, some new information regarding that, hopefully The Rock could get that squared away and figured out on exactly what new approach he needs to take to possibly drop all this suing stuff. Again, when you get sued, you get sued, So hopefully he can get that all figured out, and they can stop all that. But in the meantime, he's being sued for it. Yep. So that is the latest report from the XFL, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So again, the XFL, ladies and gentlemen, it is scheduled to begin in the year 2023. Yeah. So after COVID, ladies and gentlemen, when COVID made an impact in the United States, they stopped the XFL. Okay, they stopped the XFL in its entirety. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the XFL is making its triumphant return after, with COVID making an impact in the United States and everything shutting down. XFL decided to shut down their season as well. But now The Rock and the XFL organization are thinking about making a return to the XFL, Extreme Football League, and introduce it in the year 2023. And they did it first and foremost. They started off with rebranding the logo, and unfortunately now he's being sued for it. So again, the latest is the XFL, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the XFL is scheduled. It's scheduled. Let's see here. Is scheduled to start the season 2023. Okay, scheduled to start the season in the year 2020 in the year 2023. Okay, so that's also the latest report there. So the Extreme Football League is scheduled to start the season in the year 2023, folks. So it'll be coming back, but as of right now, with rebranding the logo, The Rock is being sued as we speak. So hopefully he can figure something out with that nonetheless. All right. Let's talk about Mattress Mack. Yeah. So you all know Mattress Mack and his sports gambling habits, right? Yeah, we're all familiar with it. We're all familiar with it. Like I mentioned last week, ladies and gentlemen, around, I believe, between 2 a.m. and 4 o'clock a.m., I believe it was, my phone would not stop buzzing, folks. And the notifications just kept coming on and on. And at first I thought my alarm clock was going off. And then all of a sudden I look at my phone and Mattress Mack has the hots for the slots. He's at the casino and he puts a sports bet for the Kansas Jayhawks. Yes. For the Kansas Jayhawks to win the national championship in college basketball. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, if you are already not up to date on that, or you missed college basketball last week, well, by now you should have heard by now. Of course, you should have heard by now. The Kansas Jayhawks are your national champions of college basketball. But ladies and gentlemen, Mattress Mack prevailed. Mattress Mack prevailed. So, but again, ladies and gentlemen, last week my phone would not stop buzzing, folks. Again, I got notifications between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock a.m. and I'm like, what's going on? You know, I look at my phone and I see Mattress Mack at the casino, folks. I mean, well, I got reports that he's at the casino. So, Mattress Mack is at the casino, folks, and he puts about maybe, let's say, according to reports and sources, I think he put. So reports and sources say that he put somewhere between $3.5 million and $5.5 million, I believe. Somewhere around there, I think that's the latest that he put. But unfortunately, let me check exactly how much he did put up. But that's the latest report that I'm getting. So if he did put up $3.5 million, folks, that $3.5 million was going to turn to $6-something million. Now, if he did put up $5.5 million, well, of course, that's going to turn into what? 11 something, right? Again, according to Mattress Mack, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. So, Mattress Mack, ladies and gentlemen, he put up $5.5 million. So, according to sources and reports. So, Mattress Mack, ladies and gentlemen, he cashed out after the Kansas Jayhawks won the national championship last week. Ladies and gentlemen, Mattress Mack cashed out $11.2 million on bets after Kansas beat North Carolina Tar Heels to win the 2022 men's NCAA national championship title. Yeah, so yeah, he already had $5.56 million down at the Caesars and Barstool, but then he placed another $3.3 million at the Kansas and Louisiana folks. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, according to reports and sources, not only did Mattress Mack put not only did he put $5.56 million, but he also put $3.3 million at another casino facility at the in Kansas, Louisiana. So I think, yeah, that's where so those were the states of Kansas and the state of Louisiana. So he went to different states to also to place bets as well. Also the 71-year-old Mattress Mack dropped $6.1 million on Alabama Crimson Tide to win the college football national title this past year. Unfortunately, Alabama lost that one, and the Georgia Bulldogs won the college football national title. And then after his $2 million bet on the New England Patriots failed at the beginning of the NFL playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, he lost $2 million on the New England Patriots to make the playoffs, and the New England Patriots missed the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, he went on to put $9.5 million on the Cincinnati Bengals to win the Super Bowl, and then unfortunately, you know what? They lost to the Los Angeles Rams. So, yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Mattress Mack is all over the place, folks. So again, well, actually, the New England Patriots made the playoffs, but they lost to the Buffalo Bills in the first round of the playoffs. So again, just to clarify that, ladies and gentlemen, again, going back to Mattress Mack, ladies and gentlemen, again, he put up, folks, he put up $2 million on the New England Patriots, but that failed after the Buffalo Bills trenched the New England Patriots in the first round. Yeah, the Buffalo Bills trenched the New England Patriots in the first round of the NFL playoffs. Mattress Mack put $2 million on that bet, and he lost $2 million. And then he put $9.5 million on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, he lost that one, and the Los Angeles Rams won the Super Bowl. And then he went on to put $6.1 million on Alabama Crimson Tide to win the college national title, to win the college football national title. But unfortunately, the Georgia Bulldogs won the championship there. And then he also put in $1 million on the winner for the college basketball that the East region would win, but unfortunately North Carolina ended up losing. The North Carolina Tar Heels ended up losing. So, man, Mattress Mack was all over the place, folks. He definitely was all over the place. So again, he put $5.56 million at Caesars and Barstool on the Kansas Jayhawks, and he also placed another 3.3 on Kansas Jayhawks at Kansas and Louisiana to come up with 11.2 cashing out in winnings. So crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff for Mattress Mack. With his sports gambling hectic moments going on here. I mean, he's all over the place, folks. He definitely is. I don't know where he gets his money, but man, this guy's a serious gambler, sports gambler. Nonetheless, I mean, he put some serious amounts of money. Again, you go back to that Super Bowl where he put, again, $9.5 million, folks, and he lost that because he put all his money on the Cincinnati Bengals, but unfortunately the Los Angeles Rams won the Super Bowl. And then he put $2 million on that the New England Patriots would win in the first round of the playoffs, but they got trenched against the Buffalo Bills in the first round, and he lost $2 million there. And then all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, he just continues his gambling ways, and he finally figured out that the Kansas Jayhawks were going to work in his favor, and he got some money out of it nonetheless. So, again, congratulations to Mattress Mack in general, overall, nonetheless. So, good stuff there. All right. So, speaking of college football, speaking of college basketball, folks, let's move over to some college basketball news. So, let's start off with the college men's basketball. Congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks, ladies and gentlemen. They are your national champions. They beat, ladies and gentlemen, the North Carolina Tar Heels last week. I believe on Monday. On Monday, on Monday they went on to. So on Monday, folks, they went on. Kansas Jayhawks again. They went on to beat the North Carolina Tar Heels with the final score it was 69-72. Your final score in the NCAA tournament for the Kansas Jayhawks, your number one team in the college men's basketball rankings. Again, the Kansas Jayhawks prevailed, beating the North Carolina Tar Heels 72-69, your final score. Here are some stats to go over, ladies and gentlemen. Jalen Wilson, he had 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 15 points. David McCormick, he had 10 rebounds, 0 assists, and 15 points. Christian Braun, he had 12 rebounds, 3 assists, 12 points. Ochai Yagabi. You're actually, I think Ochai Yagabi, ladies and gentlemen, was your most valuable player, I believe. I believe he was. Let me double check on that. Let me check and see if he was your most valuable player. I think he was. He was considered your most valuable player. So, Ochai Yeah, Ochai Agbe. Yeah, he goes by the name of Ochai Agbe. Ladies and gentlemen, he was your most improved. Here, bear with me, folks. Actually, he was your most outstanding player. So he was your most outstanding player, Ochai Agbe, ladies and gentlemen. The guard number 30. He was your most outstanding player of that game. He had 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 12 points to show for it. Deshaun Harris, he had 0 rebounds, 3 assists, and only 2 points to show for it. And then Remy Martin, he had 14 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. So when you talk about double-digit points, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much here are your players again that had double-digit points on that night to beat the North Carolina Tar Heels 72-69. Your final score there. Again, Jalen Wilson, he had 15 points. David McCormick had 15. Christian Barn had 12. Ochai Agbe had 12 points. And Remy Martin had 14 points. And then for the North Carolina Tar Heels, who came up short, Armando Bacot, ladies and gentlemen, he had 15 rebounds and 15 points and 2 assists. He came up short for the North Carolina Tar Heels. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you have to give some credit to Armando Bacot, who played his heart out in this basketball game. When he was injured in the previous game, in the previous matchup against the Duke Blue Devils, that did not stop him, ladies and gentlemen, from playing in the national championship game. And Armando Bacot gave everything that he got, folks. But unfortunately, he came up short. But he recorded 15 rebounds. He played 38 minutes of basketball. He had 2 assists and 15 points. And then Brady Minnick, ladies and gentlemen, he had 13 points and 13 rebounds. And then RJ Davis had 12 rebounds, 15 points. And Caleb Love, ladies and gentlemen, he had 13 points and 3 rebounds. And then Puff Johnson had 11 points and 6 rebounds. So all those players that I mentioned had double-digit points, ladies and gentlemen, on that night against the Kansas Jayhawks. But unfortunately, they came up short. Again, speaking of Armando Bacot, ladies and gentlemen, he is the first, ladies and gentlemen, player in NCAA tournament history to record a double-double in all 6 games of a single tournament, folks. That was mentioned in last week. So, man, kudos to Armando Bacot, ladies and gentlemen. And also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks, who they made a largest comeback in championship history when they were down 16 points deficit against the North Carolina Tar Heels. Yeah, they were down, ladies and gentlemen. At halftime, the Kansas Jayhawks were down. Ladies and gentlemen, at halftime in that basketball game on Monday for the national championship, North Carolina Tar Heels were leading 40-25 going into that locker room. Yes, it was 40-25 North Carolina Tar Heels. All of a sudden, the Kansas Jayhawks come out of that locker room and they put up 47 points to beat the North Carolina Tar Heels, folks, in the second half. In the second period. In the second period, folks, the Kansas Jayhawks beat the North Carolina Tar Heels 47 points. And the North Carolina Tar Heels, they only put up 29 points in the second period. So, again, largest comeback was 16 points for the Kansas Jayhawks, folks, to become your national champions in school history, in school program. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the national championship winners. You talk about the road for the Kansas Jayhawks. They went to round 64 and beating TSU in the round 64. They went to round of 32 and beating Creighton. They went to the Sweet 16 and beating Providence. They went to the Elite 8 and knocking off the Miami Hurricanes. And they went to the Final Four and they beat Villanova, ladies and gentlemen. And then they went off to the national championship and they knocked off the North Carolina Tar Heels. So, what a run for the Kansas Jayhawks. What a run. What a run for the Kansas Jayhawks, nonetheless, folks. What a season for them it's been. So again, your most outstanding player again was Ochai Agbe, ladies and gentlemen. And also something else to share with everybody. Speaking of the national championship and the men's basketball, ladies and gentlemen, consecutive champions from the same conference have been witnessed in the national championship. So if you remember last year, the Baylor Bears, they won the national championship. And ladies and gentlemen, this year, Kansas Jayhawks prevailed in that same conference. So consecutive champions from the same conference, ladies and gentlemen, in the men's NCAA tournament. Again, we witnessed the Baylor Bears last year in their amazing run, and now all of a sudden this past season, the Kansas Jayhawks in this incredible run that they had when they knocked off the TSU basketball team in round of 64, when they knocked off Creighton in the round of 32, when they knocked off Providence in Sweet 16, when they knocked off the Miami Hurricanes in the Elite 8, and they knocked off the Villanova Wildcats in the Final Four, and they knocked off the North Carolina Tar Heels in the national championship. So crazy, crazy stuff nonetheless. And also, ladies and gentlemen, last time we witnessed same conference winning championship in that consecutive time frame was back in the year 2009-2010 year in the ACC conference, ladies and gentlemen. In 2009, it was the UNC North Carolina Tar Heels who won the national championship back in the year 2009. And then in 2010, it was the Duke Blue Devils in that ACC conference. So with that being said, we witnessed that again this past season, where again the Baylor Bears won it last year, and the Kansas Jayhawks won it again this year. So pretty amazing if you ask me. So awesome stuff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here is some history between the North Carolina Tar Heels and the Kansas Jayhawks. Back in the day, Roy Williams, ladies and gentlemen, he coached Kansas from the year 1988 until the year 2023, and then coached North Carolina Tar Heels in the year 2003 until the year 2021. That was the legendary coaches rivalry between Kansas and the North Carolina Tar Heels. And then you had Larry Brown, who played for North Carolina from the year 1960 until the year 1963, and then moved over to the Kansas Jayhawks in the year 1983 until the year 1988. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, Dean Smith. He played for Kansas in the year 1949 as a basketball player. He played with the Kansas Jayhawks. Dean Smith played with the Kansas Jayhawks from the year 1949 until the year 1953, and then coached the North Carolina Tar Heels from the year 1961 until the year 1997. Again, Larry Brown, ladies and gentlemen, he played for the North Carolina Tar Heels. He was a college basketball player from the year 1960 until the year 1963, and then he went on to coach the Kansas Jayhawks from the year 1983 until the year 1988. But for Roy Williams, he coached Kansas Jayhawks and coached the North Carolina Tar Heels. Again, he coached Kansas Jayhawks from the year 1988 until the year 2003, and then coached the North Carolina Tar Heels from the year 2023 until the year 2021. So, pretty awesome stuff when you talk about the legendary coaches between the North Carolina Tar Heels and the Kansas Jayhawks. And also, ladies and gentlemen, look at this rivalry between the North Carolina Tar Heels and the Kansas Jayhawks. They are all familiar with each other when it comes to the big dance of college tournaments and in the men's national championship. Back in 2008, the national semifinal, Kansas they defeated North Carolina. Yeah, they did. Back in 2008, in the national semifinal, Kansas Jayhawks defeated North Carolina. Back in 1993, the national semifinal, North Carolina defeated Kansas Jayhawks. And in 1991, in the national semifinal, Kansas went on to defeat North Carolina Tar Heels. And then in the year 1957, ladies and gentlemen, in the national championship, North Carolina went on to defeat the Kansas Jayhawks. So, what a rivalry nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, look at the comparison here. There is a comparison I like to throw out. Now, we all know from the women's side, and we're going to get to the women's side here in a couple minutes, the South Carolina Gamecocks, they won the national championship from the women's side. And again, from the men's side, the Kansas Jayhawks won the national championship. But look at the comparison here. So on their road to the national championship, the South Carolina Gamecocks, they eliminated number 8 Miami Hurricanes. They eliminated number 5 North Carolina Tar Heels, and they eliminated the number 10 Creighton basketball team. So look at what the men's did. Look at what the Kansas Jayhawks from the men's basketball team did. They went on to beat the number 9 Creighton basketball team, and then they went on to beat the number 10 Miami Hurricanes basketball team, and then went on to beat the number 8 North Carolina Tar Heels basketball team. So you see that comparison there? Crazy, isn't it? What a coincidence. I think not. But crazy stuff, folks. Crazy stuff nonetheless. When you look at that comparison. When you look at that comparison, folks, it is crazy. It is crazy. So, again, congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks, folks. Again, they went on to beat the North Carolina Tar Heels. 72-69 was your final score in that matchup. So, with that being said, folks, let's now move over to some ratings. Yeah, let's talk about the ratings. I want to talk about the college men's basketball ratings, folks. Now, the national championship, ladies and gentlemen, if you all recall, their ratings went up. Yeah, so talk about how COVID made an impact. You know, where it canceled the March Madness in its entirety, folks. Yeah, it canceled March Madness in its entirety. Yes, it did. And you all recall that, ladies and gentlemen, you all recall that COVID, it did shut down, ladies and gentlemen, March Madness back in the year 2020. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, look how far March Madness in the tournament has really come this far. And after witnessing what we witnessed this past week between the Kansas Jayhawks and the North Carolina Tar Heels, ladies and gentlemen, after the Kansas Jayhawks won that game and they were victorious, they were the most viewed men's title game on cable television. Yes, they were the most viewed men's title game on cable television, folks. Impressive. So, ladies and gentlemen, so not only did the Kansas Jayhawks come back, raise some eyebrows after coming back being 16 points down when the North Carolina Tar Heels were leading going into halftime. What was that score again? 40-27? It was that score at halftime? Yeah, it was 40-27 going into halftime, ladies and gentlemen. And all of a sudden, the Kansas Jayhawks come out of that locker room in the second period with their largest comeback in school history to win the national title, coming back 16 points down, which is incredible. Largest comeback nonetheless. But again, not only was the comeback an eyebrow raising, but ladies and gentlemen, it was also the most viewed game nationally televised on cable television, which was crazy nonetheless. So again, the Jayhawks, based off that 72-69 win, their average, the win averaged, ladies and gentlemen, 18.1 million. Yes, million viewers. That is 18.1 million viewers, folks, on TBS, TNT, and True TV, folks. Crazy. 18.1 million viewers. 18.1 million viewers for that nationally televised game between the Kansas Jayhawks and the North Carolina Tar Heels. 18.1 million viewers. Truly tremendous for that men's national title college basketball game. Oh my God, truly amazing. 18.1. Not only was it TBS, the game was watched on TBS, but again, it was TNT and True TV, folks. Truly amazing. It also had a 4+ increase over last year's title game. Yeah. Because last year's title game, folks, we didn't have a lot of fans. If you all recall that. So when the Baylor Bears, ladies and gentlemen, when they won the national championship last year, this year's national title got a 4% increase. Well, the reason why is because we had more fans this year. The audience came back more than we had fans in last year's national title televised game. Incredible though. If you tell me, when you tell me about college basketball history, there it is, folks. There it is. Again, and that game was between Baylor and Gonzaga, folks. It was actually televised on CBS. Yeah. So it was between the Baylor Bears and Gonzaga Bulldog. Was it Gonzaga? Yeah. It was Gonzaga, ladies and gentlemen. So it was Baylor and Gonzaga. So again, that 4% increase this year compared to last year, it was televised on CBS. That 4% increase was way better this year than compared to last year. So incredible. This was the third time the championship game was on Turner Networks, and then the first since 2018, nonetheless. And also, they were supposed to have the 2020 finals, but again, due to the COVID pandemic, the March Madness was canceled in its entirety, folks. In its entirety. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, the entire tournament on CBS and Turner averaged about 10.7 million viewers, a 13%. Yeah, so CBS and Turner Television, ladies and gentlemen, they averaged, compared to last year, 10.7 million viewers. That is a 30% increase compared to over last year, folks. Awesome stuff. Again, the Kansas Jayhawks with their largest 16-point rally comeback. It was the biggest comeback in championship game history. It was also the third most watched college basketball game on cable network, cable TV history. And also the Saturday semifinal that we witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, between North Carolina and the Duke Blue Devils. That game also turned out to average 18.5 million million viewers, which ranks second. Yeah. And then the 2015 semifinal between the Wisconsin Badgers and the Kentucky Wildcats, that was also on Turner Television, on Turner TV television. It was number 1, ladies and gentlemen, with $22.63 million, folks. Yeah, crazy stuff. Talk about college basketball history, ladies and gentlemen. There, talk about the game history in itself, in the making, folks. To see something like that, it was truly amazing, nonetheless. To see that, truly amazing. To see that in its entirety, folks, and talk about history. Talk about history, folks. Crazy stuff. All right. So that is the latest reports on there. Let's move over to the women's side. So again, congratulations to the Kansas Jayhawks on beating the North Carolina Tar Heels. Final score 72-69 to become your national champions of college basketball. So awesome stuff indeed. Awesome stuff. All right, let's move over to the women's college basketball. Congratulations to the South Carolina Gamecocks. Ladies and gentlemen, the South Carolina Gamecocks, they beat, unfortunately, this kind of was, folks, at the same time, I don't want to say it was a shocker, but I did pick UConn. I did pick UConn to win this. The reason being was the history behind Paige Buchers. And ladies and gentlemen, again, Paige Buchers, and we all know she can do it all, folks. We all know that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But the story behind her, folks, talk about a women professional athlete who was injured, during the regular season. And she missed she missed a lot of games before coming back all the way to the end, close to the end of the season, end of the regular season, and taking UConn, the UConn basketball team, folks, the UConn Connecticut Huskies, ladies and gentlemen, taking them on a deep playoff run by this amazing woman was truly, truly tremendous. And hats off to the UConn Connecticut Huskies, folks. Hats off to them. They did everything in their power, folks, to definitely go on this deep playoff run. And unfortunately, they came up short. So again, folks, I brought this to everybody's attention last week's podcast when I mentioned can the UConn Connecticut Huskies be able to dance with the South Carolina Gamecocks? Can they be able to stop that defense? And unfortunately, they had no answer for that defense. Believe it or not, they had no answer for them. None whatsoever. So, again, and not to mention, folks, Paige Buchers made it crystal clear that, one person cannot carry this whole team. It has to be a team environment to win a championship. It has to be the team has to be connecting to win a championship, and unfortunately, that's what was the missing piece. But they fought hard. Give credit and give kudos to that UConn basketball team. Everything that they got, everything that they had throughout this whole season, they just came up short. And they had no answer for the South Carolina Gamecocks to win the national championship. So, all in all, folks, congratulations to the South Carolina Gamecocks. Let's go over and recap exactly what transpired between those two clubs. School programs. Again, South Carolina Gamecocks, they beat the UConn Connecticut Huskies, folks, by the score of, ladies and gentlemen, in the national championship tournament. They beat the UConn Connecticut Huskies 64-49 was your final score. Again, it was the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. What a battle it was. And let's go over some stats, ladies and gentlemen, from the UConn Connecticut Huskies side. Aaliyah Edwards, ladies and gentlemen, she recorded 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Olivia Nelson, she recorded 4 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist. Paige Buchers, she had double-digit points, ladies and gentlemen. She had 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists. And then Kirsten Williams, she had 2 points, 1 rebound, and 3 assists. So, ladies and gentlemen, look at the sad part here. Paige Buchers was the only woman on that stat roster to only have a great night. And she's the only one who posted a double-digit night on that night against the South Carolina Gamecocks. So she's the only one that posted double-digit points with 14 overall. And everybody else only had 1 single-digit point. The most highest single-digit point was by Caroline Duchesne. Caroline Duchesne, she had a total of 9 points, right behind Aaliyah Edwards, who had a total of 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. But Caroline Duchesne, she had 9 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. And then Ivana Westbrook, she had 7 points, 2 assists, and 4 rebounds. So, again, Paige Buchers was the only woman out there that really gave it all she got for this basketball team. And unfortunately, she came up way short. And not to mention, they had no answer for the South Carolina Gamecocks. I mean, talk about going into halftime, folks. Talk about going into halftime. They would. Let's see here. If I could. Yeah. So. Yeah. So talk about going into halftime, folks. Again, in the first quarter, the UConn Connecticut Huskies, they only put up 8 points. In the second quarter, they put up 19 points. They had a total of 27 points going into halftime. And for the South Carolina Gamecocks, they put 22 points in the first quarter, and then they put 13 points in the second quarter. So going into halftime, the South Carolina Gamecocks had a good lead, but the game was really tight. It was 35-27 going into halftime. And we all thought all of a sudden Connecticut Huskies were possibly going to make a comeback going into the second half. But unfortunately, they ran away with it. South Carolina they never looked back, and they kept this basketball game going in their favor. Not to mention in the third quarter, the South Carolina Gamecocks, they posted 11 points. And then in the fourth quarter, they posted 18 points. And they came up away with a final score of 64-49 to become your national champions. Folks, here is the South Carolina Gamecocks stats. Aaliyah Boston, folks. She recorded a double-double night. She had 11 points, 16 rebounds, and 3 assists. Also, Destiny Henderson. She had 26 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. And then Zia Cook, she had 11 points, 5 rebounds, and 0 assists. So, pretty much the highlight of the night here was Destiny Henderson, who had 26 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. And then Aaliyah Boston, she had a double-double night with 11 points and 16 rebounds. So, in general, that was the highlight of the story right there, folks. And speaking of Aaliyah Boston, congratulations to her. She became your 2022 Women's Wooden Award winner. So congratulations to her and her amazing season, nonetheless. And not to mention, folks, she was your most outstanding player. Aaliyah Boston, folks. Applauso to Aaliyah Boston on becoming your most outstanding player of the year, nonetheless. So she achieved that as well. So Aaliyah Boston doing her thing, folks. And she's been doing her thing all season long, nonetheless. So this is where the recognition comes, folks. When you play your best basketball, this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about right there. Getting recognized where real is real, folks. And Aaliyah Boston has done it all and seen it all, nonetheless. So, again, folks, truly amazing stuff. Also, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to the GOAT, the greatest of all time, the greatest of all time coach in the history of college women's basketball, folks. Yes, I am talking about Dawn. Yes, Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about her. She is the greatest, the GOAT of all GOATs in college basketball, folks. Dawn Staley. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna give you her track record. All right, her resume. Her resume speaks volumes. Yes, her resume speaks volumes, folks. Dawn Staley is on top of the food chain. Yes, Dawn Staley is on top of the food chain. Let's hashtag Dawn Staley, folks. Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest GOAT. She is the GOAT of all GOATs. Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, Dawn Staley, folks, the greatest of all time. The greatest of all time, ladies and gentlemen. Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen. Dawn Staley, the greatest of all time in college women's head coach. Top of the food. She's on top of the food chain in what she does best. And it is truly tremendous what Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen, is doing in the industry of college basketball. So again, she's the GOAT. She's the GOAT. Top of the food chain for Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna give you exactly what her resume looks like, and her resume speaks volumes. It really does. 6-time WNBA All-Star. 6-time SEC champion as a coach. 5-time SEC Coach of the Year. 3-time Olympic gold medalist. 2-time Naismith Player of the Year. 2-time Naismith Coach of the Year. 2-time WBCA Player of the Year. 2-time ACC Player of the Year. 2-time A10 Coach of the Year. 2020 WBCA and AP National Coach of the Year. And 2-time National Champion as a South Carolina Gamecocks head coach. That is truly awesome and tremendous by Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen. By Dawn Staley. She's a 2-time South Carolina Gamecocks head coach. That is tremendous. Tremendous by Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen. That is incredible. Incredible. I mean, folks, when you look at that resume, you look at an amazing women figure. Yes, I'm talking about an amazing women figure that could possibly be in all capabilities to coach an NBA basketball team. Yeah, for crying out loud, ladies and gentlemen, she could coach an NBA basketball team. And I'm talking about the men's professional basketball team. I'm not talking about the WNBA. I mean, even though she's well qualified for the WNBA. But ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, in my true state of facts, this woman right here, she's in all capabilities to be possibly a head coach of the NBA. For crying out loud, ladies and gentlemen, she could be the NBA. I mean, she could be the head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. She could possibly take over Doc Rivers' job here, just based off her track record and her resume, ladies and gentlemen. It speaks high volumes. Her resume. And speaking of the Philadelphia 76ers, ladies and gentlemen, they threw out according to reports and sources, that they're not going to hesitate to reach out to Dawn Staley, ladies and gentlemen. If Doc Rivers does not hold his end of the bargain as a head coach for the Philadelphia 76ers, they might need to give a ring-a-ding-a-ling. They might need to give a phone call to Dawn Staley and bring her in as the head coach for the Philadelphia 76ers if the Philadelphia 76ers want to win an NBA championship. I mean, look at this. Dawn Staley is well qualified, and she is the perfect candidate to become an NBA head coach in the National Basketball Association. That's in my opinion, folks. In my eyes, I think Dawn Staley could do it. I think she could possibly make history in the making, folks, to possibly be part of the NBA Basketball Association, folks. I kid you not. I kid you not. I am not talking delusional here. This woman is just an amazing woman figure. She could possibly make women history, folks, just based off just based off her attributes and her skill abilities as a head coach, as a coach in the making. Her skills are so remarkable and tremendous that she has all the qualifications and all the qualities and ingredients to hold her title as a head coach. No matter where you give her a phone call and you look at her background history and her resume, Dawn Staley could do it all, folks. I'll tell you, I kid you not. If she could take the South Carolina Gamecocks, ladies and gentlemen, to 2 national championships, man, can you imagine what she could do with any other team that she lands with? Like, can you imagine if she coaches the NBA? How many titles, she could win with the NBA, and how many titles she could win with the WNBA, for crying out loud. I mean, this woman could do it all. This woman could do it all, folks. I could not justify that. So, this woman is in all general, she is truly an amazing woman figure. She's probably an inspiration to that locker room, for the South Carolina Gamecocks, just based off her attributes, her abilities, her coaching skills, and this woman here needs a standing ovation nonetheless, on her capability skills. It is truly amazing nonetheless. So kudos to the South Carolina Gamecocks on winning the national championship again for the second time. This is their second title, so pretty awesome in school history nonetheless. So kudos to her. I mean, what is there that Dawn Staley has not done, folks? Seriously, I mean, she was a player. She used to be a player, folks. Yeah, and look at now, she's a head coach, and she's doing everything she can to keep using her skills and her ability to winning championships, which is truly amazing stuff nonetheless. Speaking of, ladies and gentlemen, of college basketball ratings. Speaking of college basketball ratings, folks, the Women's National Basketball League, the Women's National, the college basketball title, it also drew top ratings. Yeah, and most viewers, which is crazy from the South Carolina Gamecocks also. So, the national title game between the UConn Connecticut Huskies and the South Carolina Gamecocks, ladies and gentlemen, the national title game that last week, it drew 18,304 most viewers. Yeah, 18,304. Crazy, right? Crazy. So talk about more ratings going up, ladies and gentlemen, and again, this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, in the National College Basketball Women's picture, it has been the biggest rating since 2004. Since the year 2004, it has been the biggest rating. So again, Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, on April 3rd, 2022, when they were going down wire to wire, ladies and gentlemen, it was the most national televised game in the nation. Again, I think it drew, so again, between South Carolina Gamecocks and the UConn Connecticut Huskies, it drew about 5 million viewers, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it peaked at 5.91 in total. That is the ratings represented. It's 18% increase since prior to last year. And then it also represented the highest for women's national title game since the year 2004. So again, that championship game had the biggest rating again, dating back to the year 2004, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy, right? Crazy. So the women also made some college basketball ratings being watched. That game being watched last week on April 3rd, 2022. Over 18,304 million viewers watched that national televised basketball game between the UConn Connecticut Huskies and the South Carolina Gamecocks. So, again, it had higher ratings prior to the year 2021. It was actually nearly 50% compared to the year 2019. So, pretty amazing if you ask me. So, in a way, folks, truly tremendous. Truly tremendous. It had the most viewers again. Talk about 18,304. Something you could not really. You cannot, not talk about it. You need to talk about it. It's the highlight of talking about it when you are getting so many viewers to watch a nationally televised college basketball game. Again, and the women, ladies and gentlemen, they made history in the making there. 18,304 is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome in general. So in a way, folks, the women deserve recognition. Yeah, for what they do. For what they do, nonetheless. They definitely deserve recognition for what they do. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's talk about let's talk about how South Carolina Gamecocks, their triumphant run, came about. And truly amazing nonetheless. How they fought throughout this whole season to, winning a national title. I mean, it truly tremendous. I mean, that's speaking on behalf of Aaliyah Boston, who did everything in her power to, having a double night and just carrying this team to a championship team. And also Dawn Staley, her resume is unmatched. Again, talk about her resume. It is truly amazing for what Dawn Staley does and continues to do for the South Carolina Gamecocks. It is truly amazing. But ladies and gentlemen, again, let's go back and talk about how that amazing run, by the South Carolina Gamecocks. So ladies and gentlemen, again, the 2022 NCAA DI Women's Basketball Tournament on ESPN, it was the most consumed early rounds on record. It was the most watched early round window in more than 10 years. It was also the most watched Sweet 16 game on cable since the year 2017. It was also the most watched Elite 8 round in more than 10 years. This is what South Carolina Gamecocks did, ladies and gentlemen, in the District 1 women's basketball. Yeah. Also, it was the most watched women's Final Four since the year 2012. Also, it was the most watched women's semifinal game since the year 2012. And also, it was the most watched national championship since the year 2004. And also, it was the most consumed women's tournament in more than 10 years. 74.6 million viewing hours, to be exact. Crazy. Amazing, if you ask me. So then, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Between the UConn Connecticut Huskies and the South Carolina Gamecocks, again, it scored 4.85 million viewers on ESPN networks. the most watched women's national championship since 2004. 18 plus increase from the 2021 championship game, and a 30 plus increase from the year 2019. And it also peaked with 5.91 million viewers. That is truly amazing stuff by the South Carolina Gamecocks and the UConn Connecticut Huskies to be making history in the women's college basketball title picture. Truly awesome. I mean, and you know what? They did not disappoint. Yeah, they did not disappoint, ladies and gentlemen. The national college basketball tournaments in the women's and the men's, they did not disappoint at all this year. They did not. So we definitely got our share, and we enjoyed those college basketball games nonetheless. Not only from the women's side, but from the men's side as well. And talk about getting your popcorn ready nonetheless. Yeah, talk about getting your popcorn ready when you talk about millions of people around the world, nationwide. This is all over the country, folks, that people tune into a college basketball game after what we witnessed and what transpired due to the COVID outbreak 2 years ago. And not to mention last year. Last year, COVID still had ramifications where we did not have any fans in this in the sporting events that were happening, folks. So again, we did not have a lot of fans, folks, and that was not just in college basketball. That was college football. That was in the NFL. Also, that was in the NBA. That was also in Major League Baseball. So talk about that COVID outbreak and the COVID outbreak 2 years prior, and talk about this past season of college basketball and how much history it really has made to getting people's attention. To getting people's attention to view this college basketball tournaments from the men's and the women's, and they did it, and they delivered. They delivered, folks. So talk about sports history in the making, in the college perspective, from the men's and the women's side. It is truly awesome nonetheless, folks. It is truly awesome, and they got their share. They definitely got their share, and they were not disappointed. Talk about must-see television. Am I right or wrong? Talk about a must-see television. So they drew eyebrows. I mean, folks, if you have the love of sports in your heart, if you're really deep and passionate about your sports, this is the national college basketball this past week. Again, you are definitely, you're definitely, your heart is in the right place when you really are passionate and you love your sports, because what we saw last week should not have been a missed opportunity not to watch a basketball game and sit down on your couch, maybe with some pizza or hot dogs or hoagies or burgers, nonetheless, with chips and sodas. But again, they got their share. They definitely did. They definitely got their share, and they made the most out of it. So, truly awesome nonetheless. Truly awesome nonetheless. All right, so final score. Congratulations to the South Carolina Gamecocks. They beat the UConn Connecticut Huskies 64. I believe the final score was 64 to 49. Your final score, and they are your national champions in school program history. Well, two-time. They're two-time national title champions. So, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff nonetheless. All right. All right. We have some news out of college football. We need to talk about. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are all familiar with Vince McMahon, the WWE chairman of the board. You're also familiar with Linda McMahon, the wife of Vincent Kennedy McMahon. And you're also familiar with the son of Shane McMahon. The son of Shane McMahon. Vince McMahon is his father. Linda McMahon is his mother. Stephanie McMahon is his sister. So, Shane McMahon's son, yes, you heard that right. Shane McMahon's son has decided to play college football for the Indiana Hoosiers, I believe. Yeah, for the Indiana Hoosiers. So, again, he goes by the name of Declan McMahon. Declan McMahon, the son of Shane McMahon and the grandson of Vincent Kennedy McMahon, has declared that he will be playing college football with the Indiana Hoosiers this upcoming season. So we wish him not the best. We wish him nothing but the best in his college football career. And again, ladies and gentlemen, Declan McMahon has decided, again, if anybody's not familiar, Declan McMahon, he is the son of Shane McMahon and the grandson of Vincent Kennedy McMahon. He has decided that he will be playing college football this upcoming season with the Indiana Hoosiers. So that's also the latest reports there. So again, we wish him nothing but the best. So hopefully he has an amazing college football career, and we'll see where he goes on from there. Nonetheless, all right, good stuff. Okay, so that is the latest reports from your college football news, I believe. I believe so. Unless I have one more college football news to go over. Let me check here. Yeah, we should be good, folks. All right. So that's all, I think, from college football news that we have. Unless something was brought to my attention, but unfortunately, I guess that's gone. Yeah. Anyway, folks, so good luck to Declan McMahon on his college football career. He'll be playing with the Indiana Hoosiers this upcoming season. All right. Let's go over UFC results, ladies and gentlemen, from your Saturday night. So we're going to talk about UFC. We had some UFC results from Saturday night. UFC number 273, I believe. Yeah, so UFC number 273, Saturday night main event. We're going to talk about that, ladies and gentlemen, and recap everything that transpired in the UFC on your Saturday. Before we do that, again, I want to congratulate The Undertaker on his retirement. WrestleMania 38, ladies and gentlemen, was last week, if anybody does not recall. Roman Reigns, again, he won the He won the WWE Championship to unify those titles to become a unified champion for both Raw and SmackDown. So congratulations on to Roman Reigns on defeating Brock Lesnar, ladies and gentlemen, in last week's WrestleMania 38 main event. So awesome job there, ladies and gentlemen, for Roman Reigns. So also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to The Undertaker on his retirement. Hopefully he enjoys retirement. Well deserved for The Undertaker, nonetheless. And also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Triple H on his retirement. Well deserved retirement, nonetheless. He'll be enjoying it after, ladies and gentlemen, he had so many problems with heart failure that he decided to end his in-ring career early. So he'll be enjoying. So basically, he'll be enjoying retirement nonetheless, and he will not be performing in ring for the foreseeable future. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Stone Cold Steve Austin last week he had a match with Kevin Owens. And prior to that match, ladies and gentlemen, and competing at WrestleMania 38, Stone Cold Steve Austin, again, not only is he now a Hall of Famer, but now he'll be enjoying retirement as well, as this was possibly his last in-ring competing, against Kevin Owens last week's WrestleMania at Dallas, Texas. So home of the Dallas Cowboys. So again, folks, this could possibly have been the last time we have seen Stone Cold Steve Austin wrestle in a wrestling ring. Nonetheless. All right. With that being said, folks, let's go over some UFC boxing results from your Saturday night. Yeah, we're gonna go over that, ladies and gentlemen, here with you right now. All right. So first and foremost, let's start off with the winner of your first UFC fight last night, ladies and gentlemen. Julio Arce defeated Daniel Santos via anonymous decision. Also, Piera Rodriguez defeated Kay Hansen via anonymous decision. Also, Alexei hold on. Alexei Olkany defeated Jared Bandera via submission with a neck crank in round 1. And also, Mike Malott defeated Mickey Gall via TKO in round 1. And also, Rockwell Pennington defeated Aspen Lade in a VIA anonymous decision. And also, Anthony Hernandez defeated Josh Friedman via anonymous decision. And also, Ian Gary defeated Darren Weeks via anonymous decision. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Mark Madsen defeated Vince Pichel via anonymous decision. And also, Mackenzie Dern defeated Tasia Torres via split decision. And also, Kazimit Shimiv. I think this was the fight of the night, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Yeah, this was the highlight of the night. This was the fight of the night. I think this match right here in the UFC probably stole the whole show. Kazimit Shimiv defeated Gilbert Burns via anonymous decision, folks. And also, the winner of, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Volkanovski. Yeah, Alexander Volkanovski. He remains your UFC featherweight champion by the winner. The winner by TKO. And also Ryan Garcia won an anonymous decision, and his record now improves to 22-0. And also, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander. Now, not only, ladies and gentlemen, was Alexander your champion, your featherweight champion to remain, he also records a record in significant strikes at 138 wins and 48 losses for Alexander Volkanovski. Truly tremendous. And then finally, I believe, folks, let me see here. I think that was it. Oh yeah, and also, ladies and gentlemen, Aljamain Sterling, he also remained your champion, winner by decision. So congratulations to all the winners from your UFC Saturday night's main event in the UFC 273 main event. Saturday night's UFC event last night. Those are your winners that occurred on UFC Saturday night's fight. So awesome stuff. Also, we have some results from Premier Boxing. So last night, ladies and gentlemen, I think we had 3 matches in the Premier Boxing. Let's see here. All right, so let's talk about Premier Boxing results, ladies and gentlemen. We had your winner yesterday, Sebastian Fundora. He won last night. And also, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Harrison also was your winner last night in that matchup in the Premier Boxing. I believe he went 10 rounds with Sergio Garcia. Yeah, and he was your winner when it was all said and done. Harrison, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Harrison, by the way, improves his record to 29-3-1 with 22 knockouts, ladies and gentlemen, in total. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Fundora, he defeated Erickson Lubin in round 9 by a TKO. And Fundora, ladies and gentlemen, he improves his record to 19-0-1 with 13 knockouts. And also, he is in position for a world title in a suitable future. So, awesome stuff for Sebastian Fundora. And ladies and gentlemen, also the matchup between Garcia, I believe it was, the matchup between Bryant Perella and Kevin Salgado. That matchup there was it actually ended up in a draw. Yeah, so there was no winner in that matchup there. But speaking of, so they did end up in a draw. But here's the tale of the tape between Kevin Salgado and Bryant Perella. Kevin Salgado, ladies and gentlemen, he's at 154 pounds, 5'11", 1.80 mil. Actually, yeah, 1.80. His height is at 5'11", ladies and gentlemen, 154 pounds, and he has a record of 14-0 and 9 knockouts. And also Brian Perella, he's at 153 pounds, 6.1, 72 reach, ladies and gentlemen, and he also posts a record of 17-3-1, and he has a total of 14 knockouts. But that matchup was actually the first one in the card to begin the night in the premier boxing match. Unfortunately, that ended up in a draw, and there was no winner in that matchup. So that was pretty much your premier boxing results of the night on your Saturday. So awesome stuff nonetheless. Awesome stuff. All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about NHL hockey. Yeah, let's go over NHL hockey. And ladies and gentlemen, by the way, what I'm about to say, ladies and gentlemen, in this one is the hottest topic in NHL right now. And you probably are all familiar with him. This guy does not need no, standing ovation or nothing. He goes by the name of Auston Matthews. Folks, what has Auston Matthews, what has he done that he has not done yet? That's the thing. His name is being thrown all over, with news this past week. So, with that being said, I would like to talk about Auston Matthews, folks. And what he's done. It's truly, truly amazing. What he's been doing this past week. And what I want to start off with is yesterday's game, ladies and gentlemen. Auston Matthews became the first player to score 50 goals in a 50-game span. That's at any time of the season since Mario Lemieux in 1995-1996. 51 out of those 50 games from October 26, 51 in those 50 games from October 26, 1995 to March 7, 1996. Auston Matthews, ladies and gentlemen, became your first player to score 50 goals in a 50-game span. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Auston Matthews, behind Mario Lemieux, who, again, he did all this back in 1992, 1993, and also in the year 1995, 1996. Auston Matthews, ladies and gentlemen, his names was mentioned by other names on that list as the last 5 players with 50-plus goals in a 50-game span in a single season. Kane Neely did it back in the year 1993 and 1994. Alexander Moglini did it back in the year 1992 and 1993. And then Tamiu Salena did it back also in the year 1992 and 1993. So, ladies and gentlemen, Auston Matthews, his name is mentioned behind these four names that I just mentioned already. Cam Neely, Alexander Molgini, Mario Lemieux, and Tumu Salene, folks. And all those guys did it in the year 1992. So all the way to 1994 and the year 1993, and also the year 1995 and the 1996. Truly, truly awesome by ladies and gentlemen, truly awesome by Auston Matthews and what he's done in the history of the National Hockey League. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, does Auston Matthews go down as your future Hall of Famer? what to what he's doing, and it's truly tremendous to what he's doing, folks. It's truly eyebrow raising to how Auston Matthews is performing in its entirety, folks. Also, his name was mentioned this past week. Auston Matthews' name was also mentioned this past week, folks. Well, before we get to that, speaking of Auston Matthews, ladies and gentlemen, the Toronto Maple Leafs also clinched a playoff spot in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So, based off their win last night over the Montreal Canadiens. So congratulations to Toronto Maple Leafs as they punched their ticket for a shot at the Stanley Cup. So they are in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So let's see how far, ladies and gentlemen, the Toronto Maple Leafs will go far. Also, let's go over some more NHL hockey before we get back to Auston Matthews. Canadians, ladies and gentlemen, Drouin has a wrist surgery. He is expected to return for training camp going into next season, folks. So he will be required surgery on his wrist, and he will be expected to make a full recovery in the offseason and come back fully healthy and ready to go going into next season for NHL hockey, ladies and gentlemen, nonetheless. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more hockey news to go over. Crater, ladies and gentlemen, last night, he, hold up. He scored twice in the win against the Senators as they also clinched a playoff berth. So congratulations to the Rangers in punching their ticket, ladies and gentlemen, to the Stanley Cup playoffs. And they'll be joining the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. So Crater again scored twice in victory, ladies and gentlemen, against the Senators, and they clinch a playoff berth as well. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Suter of the Dallas Stars, ladies and gentlemen, he snaps a shot from the point for his 100th career goal in last night's, I believe last night. So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to him. So Suter again, I believe, let's see here. So I think it was Suter, I believe. Hold on, let me double check. I think he goes by the name of Ryan Suter. Yeah, there we go. Ryan Suter, ladies and gentlemen, of the Dallas Stars, defensive man. He accomplished his 100th career goal last night. Awesome stuff there. As the Dallas Stars, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, as they lost actually last night against the New Jersey, I think it was the New Jersey Devils. Yeah, they lost to the New Jersey Devils, ladies and gentlemen, by the final score of 3-1. But Ryan Suter, ladies and gentlemen, he did hit his 100th career goal in his career. So based off the loss though, but awesome stuff nonetheless. They actually go up against the Chicago Blackhawks tonight at 7 p.m. So Dallas Stars, it'll be Dallas Stars versus Chicago Blackhawks. That game is scheduled for tonight. So, will we see 101? Well, we'll see. All right. Let's see here. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Owen Power. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, he made his debut against the Toronto Maple Leafs. So again, Buffalo Sabres have brought in Owen Power, and he made his debut this past week, ladies and gentlemen. Also, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Buffalo Sabres, Jeff Skinner has 30 goals and 24 assists in 70 games this season, folks. Yeah, truly amazing by Jeff Skinner. So he has 30 goals. 30 goals, ladies and gentlemen, by Jeff Skinner. Awesome stuff by Jeff Skinner, nonetheless. You talk about a comparison the last two seasons. Where he had 59, 14, 9, and 23. So he had 59 GP, he had 14 G, he had 9A and 23 P in the year 2019 and 2020. And also he had 53 GPs in 2020 and 2021, 7G, 7A, and 14P in the year 2020 and 2021 by Jeff Skinner, to have 30 goals, 24 assists, and 71 games this season. So tremendous stuff by Jeff Skinner for the Buffalo Sabres. So awesome stuff nonetheless. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Okay. So all right. So again, congratulations to ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Jeff Skinner on a amazing season with the Buffalo Sabres. I mean, 30 goals is something to definitely be proud of, nonetheless, on that amazing accomplishment. All right. Let me see here, folks. All right, so Jeff Skinner, ladies and gentlemen, for the Buffalo Sabres. Again, 30 goals. Yes, 30 goals, ladies and gentlemen. And 24 assists and 71 games this season. So awesome stuff by Jeff Skinner. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, the Toronto Maple Leafs also signed defensive man Axel Riddle to a future 2-year contract to bring in Axel Riddle. So that's also was being made. And also the Cancun's, ladies and gentlemen, they signed goaltender Spencer Martin on a 2-year contract this past week as well. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more news from the NHL. Most points in a season in franchise history. Roman Yazzie has surpassed, ladies and gentlemen, Paul Correa. Paul Correa, back in 2005 and 2006, had the most points in a season with a total of 85. And going into this season, 2021-2022 season, Roman Yazzie, ladies and gentlemen, the most points in franchise history in a season, has surpassed Paul Correa with a total of 86 points in a season in franchise history. So congratulations to Roman Jazzy, folks, on surpassing Paul Correa with a total of 86. So awesome stuff in there nonetheless. Awesome stuff nonetheless. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the Chicago Blackhawks have announced this past week that Marian Hossa, number 81, will be retired next season, folks. They have just announced that. So he will be retiring number 81 next season. So that's the official report coming in from the Chicago Blackhawks NHL organization. So they will be retiring, again, number 81, by the name of, ladies and gentlemen, he goes by the name of Marian Hossa. Marian Hossa of the Chicago Blackhawks, who won a Stanley Cup with the Chicago Blackhawks, ladies and gentlemen, in his NHL career. Again, he'll be retiring his number 81 jersey going into next season. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more NHL news to go over. Max Ellis, ladies and gentlemen, has signed a 2-year entry-level NHL contract with the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. So they not only did the Toronto Maple Leafs sign Axel Rendell to a future 2-year contract, but the Toronto Maple Leafs are also making more moves as they signed Max Ellis to a 2-year entry-level NHL contract with the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. So the Toronto Maple Leafs are making some moves, folks, before the Stanley Cup playoffs begin. So that's pretty awesome stuff there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Auston Matthews again, the guy, his name has been thrown around a lot this past week, and he is the hottest topic in NHL news. Again, this past week, ladies and gentlemen, Auston Matthews made the most goals in a single season in Maple Leafs history, making, I think, 55 points, ladies and gentlemen, surpassing Rick Vive with 54 points back in the year 1981 and 1982. And also Dave Andre Chuk, ladies and gentlemen, with 53 points in the year 1993 and 1994 season. So Auston Matthews has a total of 55 in the year 2021-2022. Most goals in a single season in Toronto Maple Leafs history. So that is truly incredible and amazing by Auston Matthews, as his name just keeps getting thrown out there, you know, each and every week. I mean, this guy probably is a future Hall of Famer. I mean, what he's doing, folks, in the sport, in the nature of sports, in the nature of sports of hockey, folks, it is truly tremendous to see. Truly tremendous to see what Auston Matthews is truly doing right now in the nature of sports. So again, when you talk about Auston Matthews and what he's doing, folks, it is truly phenomenal and amazing at the same time. So awesome stuff indeed. Awesome stuff. All right. I believe that covers everything from the NHL news. Let's see. Yeah, that about covers it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move over to some golf. Yeah, we're going to talk about golf. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the first time that on this show we even bring golf into this attention. Yeah, so, ladies and gentlemen, we have some golf news to go over, and we're going to hashtag this. So, golf news to share, ladies and gentlemen. The return of, you already know, the return of Tiger Woods. And the latest on on the Masters event. So, believe it or not, folks, look at it. Look at this. We're talking about golf. The return of Tiger Woods and the latest on the Masters event this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, what a triumphant return by Tiger Woods. After going, through an injury. After going through an injury, ladies and gentlemen, back in previous year, where he was going, when he was encountering through that injury that he dealt with, and it put him on the sidelines to recover through that accident injury that he had to go through. He finally made his triumphant return to the nature of golf. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, Tiger Woods is back in the golf picture, folks, and he has made his return to the Masters and to the nature of golf in itself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's some news I would like to share from golf. Tiger Woods Grand Slam iron sets. They have been sold, ladies and gentlemen, for a record of $5 million on auction. That's pretty amazing, folks. Yeah. So if anybody remembers Tiger Woods' Grand Slam, using the iron stick, it has set a record for a record of $5 million, folks, in auction. Truly amazing, nonetheless. By Tiger Woods, and him selling his iron sets, nonetheless. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more news to go over with is Tiger Woods. Not only did he make his return to golf, ladies and gentlemen, he made the cut. He made the cut this prior to this weekend in participating in the Masters event this weekend, which is pretty awesome in its entirety, folks. But prior to that, he did struggle a little bit, folks. He had to settle for a 6-over at the Masters. I think, 6-over 78 at the Masters. So Tiger Woods did struggle, but he continues to have that attitude where never give up, continue to love what you do. And that's what Tiger Woods is all about, folks. If you love what you do, never give up at what you love to do. That's Tiger Woods' mindset there. That's Tiger Woods' mentality, focus, folks. And Tiger Woods continues to never give up. And that's what he does best, folks, is each and every day, make the most of it, nonetheless. So, again, not only did Tiger Woods make his triumphant return to, the picture of golf, he made the cut. He struggled a little bit here and there in the Masters. But he continues, to put on a good show. And that's what it's all about, folks. He continues to put on a good show for the fans, nonetheless. For anybody that is a Tiger Woods fanatic, nonetheless. So, anybody that has, followed Tiger Woods' journey, his progress, have seen Tiger Woods as an inspiration, or has just followed Tiger Woods in general. Tiger Woods has been an inspiration to a lot of people, folks. And he made his triumphant return, nonetheless, which is pretty awesome in my opinion. So, folks, with that being said, speaking of the Masters, though, someone on the Masters is having a heck of a Masters weekend. He goes by the name of Scotty Scheffler, ladies and gentlemen. This past week, Scottie Scheffler, ladies and gentlemen, in round 1, he had -5 strokes. And also, he had a total of -8. Also, Charles Schwartzel, he had -3 in round 1 and -3 overall. And then Sukache had +2 and then -3 to improve overall. And then Shane Lowry had -4 and then overall -3 in strokes. And then Hideka Matsumame had -3 and -3 in strokes overall in the nature of golf. And then also going into this weekend, now that was past week results. But going into this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, as the Masters continued, Scottie Scheffler, ladies and gentlemen, is currently -9, ladies and gentlemen. He leads the Masters through round 3. So he went from -8 to -9 in strokes, ladies and gentlemen, as he leads the Masters with -9. Truly incredible by Scottie Scheffler. So Scottie Scheffler, ladies and gentlemen, going into this weekend in the Masters golf, ladies and gentlemen, in round 3 he was -1, and overall right now in the Masters tournament in golf he is at -9 right now, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry if I can't speak right now. Cameron Smith currently right now is -6 in strokes. Su Jeng Im is currently at -4, and Shane Lowry is currently -2, and Charles Schwartzel is currently also at -2 in the Masters tournament. And speaking of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw you some 2022 Masters Champions tournament odds, nonetheless. And where everybody stands right now. If to all the sports gamblers out there that like to gamble for the Masters this weekend, I'm going to give you the odds of who is the favorite to win the Masters this weekend. So here are the golfers, ladies and gentlemen, and their best odds to win the Sunday's Masters tournament. Currently, Scottie Scheffler is at -213. Cameron Smith is currently at +270. Su Jeng Im is currently at +1600. And Shane Lowry currently is at 5,000. And Justin Thomas is currently at 6,600. And Corey Connors is currently at 15,000. Odds on favorite to win the whole thing. Currently, Charles Schwartzel is currently at 15,000 to win the whole thing on odds to win the 2022 Masters Championship Tournament. Currently, Dustin Johnson is currently at 35,000. And Colin Morikwa is currently at 35,000. And Rory McCrory is currently at 35,000 as well to win the 2022 Masters Championship after this Sunday's tournament, after today. So we'll see who takes it all, ladies and gentlemen. But as of right now, the runner-up is Scottie Scheffler at -213. Even though those odds are not really that good, but if you really are putting heavy money on that, then you might get something out of it. But you have to put some serious money down to even get something out of that -213 odds in the golf news in the Masters tournament. So with that being said, folks, welcome back, Tiger Woods, and that's pretty much your latest on golf news there. Pretty much. So enjoy the Masters. The Masters continues to go on today, folks. So enjoy that nonetheless. All right. We are going to talk about some Major League Baseball news. And we're going to talk about the latest news from Robert Medford. Yes, we're going to talk about that. And also, we're going to give you some scores from Saturday night's opening weekend. Pretty much, ladies and gentlemen, Major League Baseball had an opening week that started on Thursday with baseball games. But we are going to recap Saturday's games with you. So we're going to go over them, tell you who the winners were. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we have 15 games going on today. We'll talk about those coming up. And we'll talk about the latest reports from Robert Medford. All right, so the latest report from Robert Medford, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about that. So this past week, according to reports and sources, Robert Medford mentioned his number one priority and focus. And ladies and gentlemen, you probably have heard by now what his number one priority and focus is. So his number one priority and focus, ladies and gentlemen, is the shot clock. Excuse me, not the shot clock. The pitch clock, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that is his highest priority list going into this upcoming season for Major League Baseball. So, ladies and gentlemen, according to news and reports, Robert Medford has stated that the pitch clock will be his highest priority on his list for Major League Baseball owners after the lockout that just transpired this past season. So when Major League Baseball, ladies and gentlemen, was on a lockout for this past, from the month of December all the way up to the month of March, he just put on his bucket list that his number one highest priority is going to be the pitch clock. He's going to adjust that pitch clock. The latest reports is that what he's going to do is he's going to put maybe more action to it. He has a little bit more action to it. So he's going to bring some new things. So again, with the new collective bargaining agreement that came into place, Major League Baseball agreed on a new collective bargaining agreement to get the baseball season going and to have a 102 game regular season. Again, they not only did they come up with new potential rule changes, and they addressed those new rule changes. Also, they're thinking about improving the pitch clock. So they're thinking about the pitch clock, the defensive shifts, and also larger bases with automated strike zones. So they're thinking about going in that direction of the pitch clock, ladies and gentlemen, becoming their highest priority list to address this upcoming season. And speaking of the pitch clock, ladies and gentlemen, minor league baseball has decided to expand its use of the pitch clock in the year 2022 to include full season leagues. Pitchers, which means that pitchers will have 14 seconds with no runners on base and 19 seconds with runners on to deliver a pitch. That is the latest reports there from the minor league standpoint of it. So again, minor league baseball will begin using a 26 pitch clock minor league baseball, ladies and gentlemen, they began using a 20-second pitch clock back in the year 2015 at a with double A and triple A joining in on the force. Again, that rule was changed to give pitchers that 15-second no runners on base and 20 seconds with runners on in the year 2018. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, minor league baseball has decided that they'll be expanding its use of the pitch clock in the year 2022. Again, that means pitchers will have 14 seconds base to deliver a pitch, and then they'll have 19 seconds with runners on to deliver a pitch. All right. Again, minor league baseball, they began this rule back in the year 2015. It was the double A and the triple A getting in on the action, where they had a 20-second pitch. That rule, again, it was that was changed again to give the pitchers a 15-second window with no runners on base and a 20-second with runners on in the year 2018. So now ladies and gentlemen, they kind of tweaked it up a little bit. So they, instead of 20 seconds, it is 19 seconds in the year 2022. Instead of 15 seconds, it is now 14 seconds. So they dropped it 1 point down for the pitch clock for the minor league baseball in expanding the use of the pitch clock again. So they only dropped it 1 second down. So it'll be pitchers having 14 seconds with no runners on base, and it'll be 19 seconds for the pitchers to deliver that pitch with 19 seconds left on the pitch clock with runners on base. Just to clarify that, ladies and gentlemen. And Robert Manfred, again, has made it crystal clear with the new collective bargaining agreement on his bucket list that this is going to be his highest priority, is to address that pitch clock going into prior to this upcoming season, ladies and gentlemen, nonetheless. So things to look forward to on how exactly Robert Manfred is going to address that, nonetheless. All right. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over some more Major League Baseball news. Before we go over to the scores from your Saturday, and we'll also give out some predictions going into your Sunday, nonetheless, because we are technically up to date on everything that needs to be delivered, which is pretty awesome. So we might be finishing on a 4-hour show today. So we're definitely on track nonetheless, which is awesome indeed. All right. So with that being said, folks, again, hopefully Robert Manfred, again, that he did put it out there that his priority list will be, ladies and gentlemen, his priority list on his bucket list will be addressing that pitch clock going into this upcoming season. All right. So again, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Major League Baseball news, this past week, ladies and gentlemen, on Major League Baseball opening week of Major League Baseball in general, in its entirety, folks, in its organization, there were 275 international born players on Major League Baseball opening day rosters. Yeah. Interesting note, right? Interesting note. So, there were 275 international born players on Major League Baseball opening day rosters on opening week of Major League Baseball. Yep. So, awesome stuff. Also, Major League Baseball news, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles Angels organization has announced that they have released Justin Upton. Yes, they have released Justin Upton according to reports and sources. Also, ladies and gentlemen, according to news and reports, so this is actually coming out of the minor leagues, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of the minor league baseball, you have to give a standing ovation out to the Yankees head coach. So, ladies and gentlemen, she goes by the name of Rachel Balkiv. Yeah, her name is Rachel Balkiv. She is a New York Yankees minor league manager, I believe so. So the New York Yankees minor league manager, Rachel Balkiv, has worked her entire life for this moment. She is 34 years of age. Again, she is the first woman to become the full-time manager in her affiliated professional baseball. The New York Yankees promoted her in January, and she is to make her debut, which she did, ladies and gentlemen. She made her debut this past Friday with the Low A Tampa Terrapins. So she has made her debut with the Tampa Terrapins. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to Rachel Balkiv, who is the full-time manager for the New York Yankees affiliated professional baseball team. So that's coming out of the minor leagues. So what an awesome stuff for Rachel to be a part of that. 34 years of age, and she has dreamed of this her entire life, to be a part of, to become a full-time manager, a female manager at that, to become something so awesome, to be a part of the Class A Tampa Terrapins. So to be a part of that is truly a blessing for her. Nonetheless. So congratulations to her, and awesome stuff indeed. For the 34-year-old Rachel Belivick. So awesome stuff nonetheless. Awesome stuff. So yeah, she is now a part of the low A Tampa Terrapins. So she worked her life. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, she worked her entire life for this moment. And the New York Yankees, again, they tabbed her in back in the month of January to manage a minor league baseball team, and Belivick is now part of the Tampa Terrapins. So that is pretty much an awesome stuff nonetheless. So congratulations to her, well deserved. And she mentioned in her quotes, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone was destined to do this, it was her. Yeah, in her quotes, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone was destined to do this, it was certainly her. Nonetheless, so congratulations to Rachel Belivick, nonetheless, folks. So awesome stuff indeed. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's Major League Baseball news there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what else we have to cover for you in Major League Baseball news. Let's see. Okay, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this past week, the Seattle Mariners and shortstop J.B. Crawford agreed to a 5-year, $51 million deal. That's also the latest reports there from the Seattle Mariners organization. Also, ladies and gentlemen, reports out of the Phillies baseball team. Mickey Moniak, ladies and gentlemen, he's expected to miss 6 weeks with a fractured hand after a hot spring. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. So the latest report is that he will be missing 6 weeks of baseball with a fractured hand for the Phillies baseball team. So Mickey Moniak will be recovering to get that situated. So that is pretty awesome stuff indeed there. All right. So hopefully he makes a speedy recovery nonetheless, and he comes back 100% to join the Phillies roster prior to recovering, which is expected to be, again, 6 weeks is his expected recovery time, folks. And most likely, I think he'll be reevaluated to see how he progressed before he actually makes it back to the active roster. Ladies and gentlemen, also reports coming from Major League Baseball. The Los Angeles Angels have sued. So speaking of suing, for negligence by the mother of the boy that was hit by the ball. So the Los Angeles Angels are sued. Okay, yeah. The Los Angeles Angels organization are sued for negligence by a mother of the boy that was hit by a ball thrown by a player in the year 2009. That's according to reports and sources coming out. that one of the players from the Los Angeles Angels threw a ball at the mother of the boy, and the Los Angeles Angels have decided to sue them. The person has decided to sue the Los Angeles Angels after, again, her 6-year-old son, Bryson, was struck by a baseball thrown by pitcher Kenyon Middleton. Again, yes, it was during pregame warm-ups in the year 2019, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, the person that is suing the Los Angeles Angels, her name is Beatrice Galaz. So Beatrice Galaz, ladies and gentlemen, is suing the Los Angeles Angels after her 6-year-old son, Bryson, was struck by a baseball thrown by a pitcher, Kenyon Middleton, during pregame warm-ups back to the year 2019, according to the Associated Press. So, again, Middleton at that time, during pregame warm-ups, he was throwing with a teammate. Again, that teammate was unable to catch the ball, and the ball unfortunately hit Bryson, and it caused Bryson, ladies and gentlemen, to suffer a severe fracture in his skull and also causing brain damage. So, unfortunately, the lawsuit is technically seeking payouts for medical costs and potential loss of future wages and other damages. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, Beatrice Galaz has finally come forward with this, and she is suing the Los Angeles Angels baseball team, again, after her 6-year-old son, Bryson, was struck with a baseball thrown by pitcher Kenyon Middleton, again, during pregame warm-ups back in the year 2019, folks. So, that is the latest reports there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's also more Major League Baseball news I would like to share with everybody. And this is according to the New York Yankees organization. Now, you all probably heard that there is some controversy. Well, actually, you know what? I don't want to throw that word out there. Controversy. No. So, it's a possible. I would like to say it's probably a. I would say it's probably a disappointment to Aaron Judge. So, ladies and gentlemen, the latest reports coming out from the New York Yankees baseball team is that Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees have not come up with a new contract for the number 99 baseball player. With that being said, folks, a lot of reports and sources came out this week that, again, Aaron Judge, he stated to the media, to everybody, that he wants to spend the rest of his career with the New York Yankees. He made that very, very crystal clear that he wants to retire as a New York Yankee, and he wants to finish his baseball career with the New York Yankees, and he doesn't want to finish with anybody else. But he said that, he made this very clear. But at the same time, he did mention that the New York Yankees, he will be talking with them. But he also stated that at the end of the year, he will get to talk with 30 other teams, including the New York Yankees, possibly of where he wants to, play baseball going into next season. So, again, they did not come up with a new contract agreement for Aaron Judge. So Aaron Judge, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to play this season without a new contract, pretty much. Again, they did not negotiate with a new contract for Aaron Judge, and all of a sudden now, Aaron Judge he's going to have to wait until the season's over to even think about, what available offers are out there on the table for him to pursue. But with that being said, folks, as of right now, there is nothing set in stone, nothing set in place. And by the way, the New York Yankees have made it very, very crystal clear that there will not be any talks of any contract negotiations or any contract agreements for Aaron Judge prior to this season getting underway. So they have made that very, very crystal clear that they are not going to talk. They're not going to mention anything about Aaron Judge's contract as the season gets underway. So, which is, to be honest with you, kind of disappointing for Aaron Judge. In a way that Aaron Judge kind of wanted something set in stone, to be very confident and have that little bit of motivation going into this season to have a contract set in stone. But unfortunately, it is not going to happen. And with that being said, Aaron Judge is going to have to, just wait and hold out and see what's going to happen going into, the offseason, of course, because he did make it known that he'll be talking to 30 teams. And he did mention, including the New York Yankees, he'll be talking to them. But he'll be talking to other teams out there as well to see what options are available for him. So, we'll see what Aaron Judge is going to be doing. But again, after significant changes, Aaron Judge and the Yankees, again, they will not be coming up with a new contract extension agreement nonetheless. So, which is very disappointing to Aaron Judge that nothing has come into place for him nonetheless. So, very disappointing indeed. So we shall see what Aaron Judge, his next approach is going to be. Will he be a New York Yankee going into next season, or will somebody throw a good offer for him on the table, and will he decide to take up on that offer and pursue it, or will he stay as a New York Yankee and possibly finish his career as a New York Yankee? Because Aaron Judge has made it crystal clear that he wants to stay with the New York Yankees and he wants to retire with the New York Yankees. But again, if he doesn't like the offer that's being out there for him, there's going to be a window of opportunity for him to go seek somewhere else. And that's just the way, that's how life works, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. So it's all about money and coming to an agreement too. So it's all about satisfying the player and what the baseball player is seeking and what he's looking for. So with that being said, folks, there is a lot that Aaron Judge is gonna be he's gonna be thinking about a lot, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna be thinking a lot. He's gonna be thinking about a lot of options going into next season. I mean, going into the off season in general, folks. So, with that being said, that's just the way it is right now. And for Aaron Judge, folks, I mean, there's a lot of diehard Yankee fans out there. So in a way, they want Aaron Judge, ladies and gentlemen, to they want Aaron Judge to come up with something. And again, hopefully something does come up for him, and they decide to come with a new agreement nonetheless. Come to an agreement nonetheless. So we shall wait and see, what the latest reports on that is going to be. All right. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, again, folks, the latest reports on Aaron Judge is Hopefully, again, they come up with something that will be offered on the table, again, going into the offseason. And again, Aaron Judge has made it clear that, again, he will be talking to 30 teams out there. And also he'll be talking to the New York Yankees to potentially come up with a comfortable agreement for him to stay as a New York Yankee. And if not, there's going to be teams out there that are going to give him the contract that he's looking for. At the same time, we shall see what that approach is going to be. Nonetheless, we're going to see exactly what kind of approach that is going to be, for the status of Aaron Judge. Nonetheless, so we shall wait and see, what direction Major League Baseball will go in negotiating and talking to Aaron Judge one by one going into the offseason. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, before I get to Major League Baseball scores from your Saturday, along with some predictions for your Sunday, we have time, right? Yeah. We'll talk about that before we move over to the NBA news. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of UFC, the UFC, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, they were paying 3 fighters, ladies and gentlemen, per pay-per-view event, a bonus in Bitcoin based on a ranking from an online fan vote. So, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that watched MMA, the UFC, ladies and gentlemen, 3 fighters based off that pay-per-view event, they were paid with a bonus based off Bitcoin, based off the rankings from an online fan vote. So, pretty awesome stuff. I forgot to mention that regarding the UFC and what the 3 fighters were expecting out of a bonus from that. Now, also, ladies and gentlemen, right now I am live on my phone. Now, for some reason, I am also streaming on StreamYard, and nobody's coming in. So I don't know if I'm online and I'm online on my phone and people are actually tuning in. Mercy, hope all is well. Thank you for tuning in. But I'm also streaming on StreamYard. So I know a lot of people are busy. I know I'm not forcing anybody to take the time out of their day to come on here. But again, anything helps for you guys to come on here and say hello, show some support. I really appreciate it. But I don't know what's going on because I am live on StreamYard. Different platforms. I'm actually live right now on Facebook, on YouTube channel, and I believe on so I think it's Facebook groups, and YouTube channel, and also on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok, I believe. I'm also live on those platforms. So I'm all over the place, but I'm also on my phone, and I got 2 viewers that are viewing right now, and nobody's actually viewing on my StreamYard. So I don't know what's going on. It could be internet. So it could be something. I don't know what the heck it is, but it could be something. But anyway, folks, I appreciate it. I appreciate the whole support. I appreciate all the love. You guys are really greatly appreciated nonetheless. It goes unnoticed. It does not go unnoticed. It really does not. Again, I cannot take the time away from you guys. I cannot stop you from what you're doing because I know you're busy. But at the same time, if you can stop in here and say hello, show your full support and appreciation. Again, we appreciate it nonetheless. So, again, this is Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. And we're here for you guys each and every step of the way, nonetheless. So, to delivering sports in its entirety. All right. So, with that being said, folks, let me see if I have any other Major League Baseball news I would like to share with you before we go over scores from your Major League Baseball Saturday. Oh yeah, here we go. We do have baseball news, ladies and gentlemen, to share with you. So this news is coming out this past week. Lucas Giuliano, he had an abdominal strain. He'll be placed on injured list. The White Sox are optimistic, but he's only expected to miss 2 starts. So we'll see how that goes there. Fortunately, maybe he did come back by now. But we'll see. We'll see what the latest report. I haven't heard anything on his injury status. So. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more news coming out from Major League Baseball this past week is that Miles Straw and the Guardians have agreed on a 5-year extension. So Miles Straw, ladies and gentlemen, will not be going anywhere. So he'll be with the Cleveland Guardians for future years to come. All right. Let's see. Okay, I think we should be good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, one more Major League Baseball news to share with everybody. Yesterday, Giancarlo Stanton had well, actually, you know what? Giancarlo Stanton in his 6 consecutive games, ladies and gentlemen, he has hit 6 home runs versus the Red Sox, ladies and gentlemen, including yesterday's game. So Giancarlo Stanton has hit 6 home runs in 6. Well, has hit a home run in 6 consecutive games versus the Red Sox so far in his career, which is truly amazing for Giancarlo Stanton. All right. So I think that is all for. Actually, you know what, folks? Let's do something else here before we go over Major League Baseball scores. I would like to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, some reports from the Major League Baseball odds, the World Series odds on favor. I know it's too early right now. I really do know. I know it's too early, but we do have, again, for all the sports gamblers out there, we have, some odds on which teams are favorite to win the World Series. And we'll give you those odds. So as of right now, we all know the heavy favorite is I believe the heavy favorite right now going into the season is the Los Angeles Dodgers. They are the heavy favorite right now. To go back and even though the Braves won the championship last year, but 2 years ago the Los Angeles Dodgers won the World Series. So the Dodgers are trying to go back into that picture mix again and win a World Series championship. So again, here are the teams right now, the best odds to win this year's World Series. And I know it's too early, but here they are. Right now, the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen, are at plus 500 on odds to win to World Series. The Toronto Blue Jays are at plus 900 right now. The New York Yankees are at 1,000 odds to win to win the World Series. The Houston Astros are at 1,000 to win the World Series. The New York Mets are at 1,100 to win the World Series. The White Sox are at 1,100 to win the World Series. The Atlanta Braves are currently at 1,200 to win the World Series. The Tampa Bay Rays are currently at 1,500 to win the World Series. The Milwaukee Brewers are at 1,600 to win the World Series. And the San Diego Padres are currently at 1,700 as odds to win the World Series. So that is where everybody currently stands as of right now. Those teams are probably your top 10 expected to win, potential expected winners when the season comes to an end. And I know it's too early. We're still in the month of April. I don't even know why we're talking about the World Series odds at the month of April. Not to mention, I know. Sports gamblers, they think way ahead too much. Right or wrong. So With that being said, Tom Stout, what's going on, buddy? Good morning. Thank you for tuning in. Much appreciated, my buddy, my friend. Hope all is well. Tom Stout, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very familiar with him. He used to be a popular head coach of the of Deerhoff High School. And Tom, you are the greatest of all time, my friend. You are one of a kind. Nonetheless, your skills and attributes and everything, my friend, has gone unnoticed in your basketball professional career. What a standing ovation for Tom Stout for coming in onto the Worldwide Sport Updates podcast. Thank you for tuning in, Tom Stout. Mr. Stout, thank you for tuning in, my friend, and taking the time out of your day to tune in to our podcast and joining in and saying hello and showing your much appreciated support. We greatly appreciate it nonetheless. You are, my friend, one of a kind, the greatest GOAT of all time in the Deerhoff Huskies, coaching era. Nonetheless, and you've always been, Mr. Stout. If you're tuning in right now, listening to this, you have been always an inspiration to everybody, and not to mention, my friend, it was always great interacting with you, working with you, getting to know you. You have, again, when I mean inspiration, man to man here, you have been a positive influence on everybody. You have been a great leader to players that you've interacted with, on and off into the locker room. Ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that's not familiar with Tom Stout, he used to be part of the Deerhoff Huskies community, folks. And he has been, he's been well known with the Deerhoff Huskies football team, basketball team, all sports in general, folks. Tom Stout is known for the Deerhoff Huskies community. And everybody has been giving Tom Stout a lot of, positive feedback, and how great of a leader he was, a great inspiration, a great aspiration to what he brings with his coaching skills. And Tom Stout, I just want to give kudos to you, my friend, to my good buddy of mine. He has been just, that type of that type of person that he is. And ladies and gentlemen, he's enjoying his retirement, well-deserved retirement, nonetheless. So again, Tom Stout, thank you again for tuning in and joining in. Much appreciated, nonetheless. Again, this is Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. And thank you again for interacting with us and joining in, showing your full support. Greatly appreciated, nonetheless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over some Major League Baseball news. Again, we have 1 more hour left into the show. We are right on track. After we're done with this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about the NBA. And ladies and gentlemen, the NBA, oh my God. Talk about the NBA. The final day of the regular season is today. We have 15 games scheduled for today. And ladies and gentlemen, also not to mention... we're going to talk about how the NBA playoff picture looks like, and man, we have lots to cover from the NBA coming up next after we cover Major League Baseball scores from your Saturday, and we'll also give some predictions for your Sunday, nonetheless. All right, first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, it was Major League Baseball opening week. It started on Thursday. We had games on Friday. We had games on Saturday. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed those games. We have some ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed those games. We have also games going on today. But here are your recap scores from your Saturday. Tampa Bay Rays, ladies and gentlemen, they beat the Baltimore Orioles yesterday, 5-3, your final score. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the Chicago White Sox, they defeated the Detroit Tigers, 5-2, your final. Also, the Seattle Mariners, they defeated the Minnesota Twins, 4-3, your final score yesterday. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates lost to the St. Louis Cardinals, as Albert Pujols has made his return back to the St. Louis Cardinals. St. Louis Cardinals, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 2-1. Actually, 2-0. I'm sorry. They're 2-0 on the season. They beat the Pittsburgh Pirates 6-2, your final. The Milwaukee Brewers, they lost to the Chicago Cubs 9-0, your final score there. Excuse me. The Texas Rangers, they lost to the Toronto Blue Jays. As the Toronto Blue Jays, they are off to an undefeated start. I believe they are 2-0. They went on to defeat the Texas Rangers again. 4-3 was your final score. The Oakland Athletics versus the Philadelphia Phillies. Ladies and gentlemen, the Philadelphia Phillies are off to a 2-0 start. After starting their opening week on Friday and also continuing their opening weekend on Saturday. Back-to-back home wins for the Philadelphia Phillies. Again, they beat the Oakland Athletics on Friday and they beat them on Saturday. Final score on Saturday was 4-2. They're off to a 2-0 start. They play today at 1:35 against the Oakland Athletics. I think this is game 3 of the series. And I do have the Phillies winning that ball game today, this afternoon again. So, what a nice start for the Philadelphia Phillies to be off to a 3-0 start, nonetheless. Let's move over to some more Major League Baseball recap scores. Miami Marlins against the San Francisco Giants. Miami Marlins, ladies and gentlemen, they beat the Giants 2-1. They prevailed. Low scoring affair. Also, the Boston Red Sox, they lost to the New York Yankees. As the New York Yankees continue, they start red hot, 2-0 on the season. They beat the Boston Red Sox 4-2. Your final score there. The Cleveland Guardians, ladies and gentlemen, against the Kansas City Royals. Kansas City Royals, they beat the Guardians 1-0. Your final score yesterday. Also, the New York Mets, ladies and gentlemen, they're hot. Yeah, they're hot, and they're starting off good, 3-0 to begin the season campaign. The New York Mets, they beat the Washington Nationals 5-0. Your final score yesterday. Cincinnati Reds, they beat the Atlanta Braves. The Braves beat the Cincinnati Reds 2-1. Your final score. As the Atlanta Braves, they also received their World Series rings yesterday. So congratulations to the defending World Series champions. The Braves are 2-1 on the season as they beat the Rays 2-1 to start the season campaign. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the LA Dodgers against the Colorado Rockies. The Colorado Rockies beat the Los Angeles Dodgers 3-2. Your final score there. The Dodgers have suffered their first loss of the season. They are 1-1. The Padres beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 5-2 as the San Diego Padres are off to a 2-1 start. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, they fall to 1-2. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the game of the night, it was the Houston Astros against the Los Angeles Angels. The Los Angeles Angels picked up their first win of the season as they are 1-2 on the season. The Astros suffered their first loss of the season as they fall to 2-1. Angels beat the Astros 2-0 yesterday. All right, we have games going on today. Let's give you some predictions. Why the heck not? I mean, this is a 4-hour show. Let's make the most of it. Athletics versus the Philadelphia Phillies. That game is scheduled for 1:05 p.m. later on today. I got the Phillies against the Athletics, nonetheless. All right, Baltimore Orioles against the Tampa Bay Rays. That game, let's go with the Tampa Bay Rays. I like this one. That matchup is scheduled for 1:10 p.m. later on today. Chicago White Sox against the Detroit Tigers. I like the White Sox. I think the White Sox will prevail against the Detroit Tigers nonetheless. Cincinnati Reds against the Atlanta Braves. Let's go with the Braves. The defending champs have figured out their rhythm. So I believe this is a 4-game series for the Atlanta Braves. That game is scheduled for 1:35 p.m. I like the Braves against the Reds later on this afternoon. The New York Mets against the Washington Nationals. Again, I think this is a 4-game series, which I believe so. The Mets, I think they'll continue to be red hot. They'll be starting 4-0 on the season campaign. The Mets will beat the Nationals. That game is scheduled for 1:35 p.m. later on today, this afternoon. Scheduled for 1:37. Yeah, I think we have a lot of early games. The only late game tonight is the Red Sox versus the Yankees. So the early game again, Rangers versus the Blue Jays. That game is scheduled for 1:37 p.m. I do like the Toronto Blue Jays to continue where they left off. Guardians against the Royals. That could be anybody's ball game. I'll go with the Guardians later on this afternoon. Mariners against the Minnesota Twins. Let's go with Minnesota on this one. Pirates versus the Cardinals. Let's go with the Cardinals. I think Cardinals could get this job done here. Brewers versus the Cubs. I like the Cubs. Let's go with that. That game is scheduled for 2:20 p.m. later on today. Dodgers versus the Colorado Rockies. I think the Dodgers will prevail. They'll pick up their second win of the season. That game is scheduled for 3:10 p.m. later on today. The Marlins versus the San Francisco Giants. I like the Giants. That game is scheduled for 4:05. Also, you got the Houston Astros against the Angels. That game is scheduled for 4:07. I like the Angels to come up with a victory there. Arizona Diamondbacks against the Padres. That game is scheduled for 4:10. I like the Padres. I think Padres will get it done. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Boston Red Sox against the New York Yankees. That game is scheduled for 7:08 p.m. Eastern Time later on today. We got 15 games, ladies and gentlemen, on the card today for Major League Baseball. I like the Yankees in this one again. I think they will prevail. All right, so I think the Yankees will move over to 3-0, while they will send the Boston Red Sox to 0-3 on the season campaign. So enjoy opening week. I think it's still opening weekend for most teams out there. So enjoy those baseball games. We have 15 games going on today. And the 15 games will continue going into your Monday nonetheless. So enjoy those baseball games going into this afternoon, and enjoy games going into your Monday nonetheless. So awesome stuff there indeed. We have lots of baseball. We have lots of sports action nonetheless. So awesome stuff indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome stuff. All right. So that recaps the scores from your Saturday. And we gave you predictions for your schedule Sunday nonetheless. So awesome stuff indeed. Awesome stuff indeed. All right? Good. All right. Let's move over to some NBA news. Folks, I'll tell you what. The NBA is hot right now. The NBA is hot. Can you believe that the NBA regular season is over after today? It is over after today. Can you believe it? And we got 15 games scheduled. 15 games scheduled, folks. Can you believe it? Can you believe it has come to this point where the NBA is pretty much in the books here. So folks, I would like to say what a season it has been for the NBA. I mean, not to mention the Phoenix Suns. I would like to talk about the Phoenix Suns. First and foremost, folks, the Phoenix Suns, what they're doing in the National Basketball Association is beyond phenomenal and crazy right now. It really is. So with that being said, I would like to share with you guys some important news information on the Phoenix Suns organization. So, reports and sources have come out that the Phoenix Suns, ladies and gentlemen, are 32-9. Yes, they're 32-9 this season. The Suns are 32-9 on the road. They're .780. They're 780 away winning percentage. Finishes better than every other team's home winning percentage. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? The Suns, the Phoenix Suns, ladies and gentlemen, being on the road, 32-9, has been their 780 away winning percentage, finishing better than every other team's home winning percentage combined. That is crazy. That is crazy by the Phoenix Suns organization, folks. They are 32-9 on the road this season. .780 away winning percentage. Finishes better than every other team's home winning percentage, folks. What a stat. What a stat. What a history to possibly put in the World Guinness Records for the Phoenix Suns and what they've done. Folks, the Phoenix Suns are I think their record is what? 63 wins? Most impressive wins in history, folks. Yeah, the Phoenix Suns are, well, they have 64 wins. I'm sorry. 64 wins. They'll probably make it 65 after today. So, they're going up against a horrible basketball team nonetheless. And I know they're going to be resting their starters, but even the bench probably going to beat a beat-up Sacramento Kings basketball team today. So, with that being said, I think Phoenix Suns will secure number 65 win. Can you believe the Phoenix Suns and what they're doing this season? It is goosebumps, folks, what they're doing. It is goosebumps on a tremendous heck of a season that they're having. It is tremendous. I mean, at this point, folks, it is it's an any given thing now for the Phoenix Suns. It's pretty much at this point do or die for the Phoenix Suns. You know, it's easy. Well, I'm not gonna say do or die. You know what? Let me rephrase that. How about championship or bust season for the Phoenix Suns? Let's go with that. All right. I think that's a better way to rephrase it. So we'll go with championship or bust. Championship or bust for the Phoenix Suns. Let's go with that. All right. So, in its entirety, folks, it gives you goosebumps how this team has really triumphant throughout this whole entire season. It's crazy. It's beyond crazy. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go through some NBA news. All right. Now, I know you all have heard this past week, what Adam Silver has talked about. So, and by the way, folks, Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors is all on this. He agrees what Adam Silver is saying. So, if anybody doesn't agree with to what they've heard, this past week, ladies and gentlemen, Adam Silver mentioned that his focus is going to be on getting the star players to play more by changing the 82-game schedule. What does he mean by that? So, he wants to change the 82-game schedule. He wants to reduce 82 games for the NBA regular season down to 72 games, folks. Yeah. So the NBA wants to reduce games just to have more players, more star players to play more than rest. And by the way, Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors is all jumping ship on this. He agrees with what Adam Silver intends to focus on. And he wants to... Adam Silver is talking about this, folks. Now, he thought that by creating the play-in tournament and reviewing the incentives for teams to remain competitive and by fighting for playoff position, he thought that it might be through an in-season tournament and changes in format where he could potentially get players to play more. But unfortunately, it's not working in his favor. So now Adam Silver is thinking about focusing in a different whole direction where, how about we reduce the season from 82 games down to 72 games? So what do you think about that, folks? What do you think about that? I mean, do you think Adam Silver should reduce the NBA season? Should he take it down to 72 games instead of an 82-game schedule? I mean, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think, folks? I mean, should the NBA go that direction? I mean, one person already made his voice heard. Steve Kerr made his voice heard from the Golden State Warriors. So he already made his voice heard. He's okay with it. He's okay. He's okay with players, no, he's okay, folks. He's okay with what Adam Silver is focusing on. They want to reduce 82 games down to 72 games, all general. So, what do you guys think? I mean, I don't know what's going on, folks, in the nature of sports. I really don't. I mean, look at this pattern here that we're witnessing. The Major League Baseball, when they were in a lockout position, who would have thought that Major League Baseball was even going to have a 162 regular game season? And they're sticking to that, by the way. They're sticking to that. So, when Major League Baseball had that lockout, again, they were thinking about, well, actually, it was never brought to Robert Medford's attention. Even though some people made their voice heard to Robert Medford, but Robert Medford continued to ignore it because he still wants to have a 162 game regular season. A lot of people made their voice heard that they wanted the regular season of Major League Baseball to get reduced, when that lockout was happening in Major League Baseball. But again, Robert Medford, he put it in this year and he took it out of this year. So he put it in one ear and took it out of the other ear. He didn't want to hear none of that. Okay? He did not want to hear none of that BS. All right? We're going to have a 162 game regular season, okay? I don't care what fans, what anybody thinks. I don't care about your voice, all right, and what you're putting out there. So he put it in this year, folks, and he took it out of this year. All right? So he wants to stick to 162 game regular season. In my opinion, folks, I still think 162 regular game season is too much for Major League Baseball. All right? I mean, not to mention, you're talking about the players' health, the safety, the priorities, the injuries that plague the Major League Baseball teams. It's a hassle. It's a hassle for players. But I don't want to compare the NBA and Major League Baseball players. I mean, the Major League Baseball organization and NBA. All right? NBA players, NBA... The National Basketball Association and Major League Baseball are in a whole, they're a whole different level. All right? Because NBA, they only have an 82 game season. Major League Baseball has 162 games. All right? And I'm just, I'm talking about the the reducing of, games. Why all of a sudden in the nature of sports are we hearing about reducing games? Why are we talking about that? I mean, most people are okay with the format of NBA having 82 games. They're okay with the format of Major League Baseball having 162 games. Some of them are. Like I said, Robert Medford, he didn't want to hear people saying, what are you talking about? Reduce baseball games? What are you talking about? That has never been brought to my attention in reducing baseball games. Alright, so that's why I'm putting it in this ear and taking it out of this ear. Alright, I'm not hearing that. Okay, we're not going in that direction right now to reduce baseball games. Alright, our intention is to play a 162 game regular season. And you know what? After the Major League Baseball lockout got lifted, he's sticking by that. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the original plan was for Major League Baseball to start the season on March 31st. I believe it was either March 30th or March 31st. But the season was in jeopardy because the lockout was in place. But then, all of a sudden, they found a new collective bargaining agreement, and they came up with a new collective bargaining agreement. And the season officially kicked off underway this past week, right? So, that's the way it is. And you know what? Robert Medford still mentioned the 162 game is going to stay in place. It's going to stay intact. It's not going anywhere. It's not disappearing anytime soon. But you know what? This new collective bargaining agreement that they agreed on, well, it's with us for the next 4 years. Alright, so will we see new changes? in the foreseeable future? Maybe. So something has to give, right? Something has to give. All right, let's go back to NBA basketball, ladies and gentlemen. So again, I threw some Major League Baseball in there. All right, so that's the latest reports from Adam Silver, folks. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, John Morant made his return yesterday, and he was on the active roster versus the Pelicans after a 9-game absence. And folks, the Grizzlies are making some history. 55, ladies and gentlemen, the Grizzlies scored 55 points in the third quarter versus the Pelicans. That is their franchise record for any quarter and the fourth most points by an NBA team in a quarter since the year 1955. Coincidence? I think not. So we're talking about so not only are we talking about the year 1955, but they scored 55 points in general. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Okay, not only are we talking about the year 1955, where history was made, but we're talking about 55 points that the Grizzlies performed against the New Orleans Pelicans yesterday, in defeating the New Orleans Pelicans, not to mention. So, yeah, 55 points, folks. 55 points was scored in the third quarter versus the Pelicans. The most. And their franchise record in any quarter, the fourth most points by any NBA team in the quarter since the year 1955. Crazy, right? All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, here is more NBA news to share with you. So, according to reports and sources, Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. are not expected to be in the playoffs. All right, they'll be out. Albert, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for taking the time to join us. Again, this is Worldwide Sport Updates, my friend, your podcast, your news, your local community. Thank you for taking the time to show support and saying hello and making your presence known. Hope everything is all well, my friend, nonetheless. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, go back to NBA news. Again, according to reports and sources, Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. have brought to our attention that they are unlikely to miss the playoffs. So they will not be returning for the playoffs. So what does that mean? Well, Nikola Jokic is going to have to go without Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. Pretty much. So he's going to be without Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray nonetheless. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have some NBA news / college basketball players that have announced that they will be entering the NBA draft. Now, we already know, congratulations to Tyrese Martin in announcing that he will be entering the NFL, not the NFL, oh my God, the NBA draft this upcoming season. So, Tyrese Martin has announced that he'll be leaving college basketball and going onto the NBA draft. And ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that's not familiar with Tyrese Martin, he is a Lehigh Valley native. He used to play for William Allen High School basketball team. He went off to pursue in college to play for the UConn. And he also played for Rhode Island, folks. Yes. He started off his college basketball career with Rhode Island before somebody, I think, recruited him and gave him to pursue his talents to the UConn Connecticut Huskies. So he played college basketball not only with Rhode Island college basketball team, but then he also went on to play for the UConn Connecticut Huskies basketball team in his college basketball career. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he has announced that he will be declaring, for the NBA draft. Pollen season, folks. Pollen season. Bear with me here. So he has declared for the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Indiana star Terrence Jackson Davis has also declared for the NBA draft. That is also the latest reports there. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I believe... Alright, this is NBA news. Kendrick Nunn, he has announced that he'll be likely to exercise his 5.25 player option, ladies and gentlemen, with, I think it's with the Los Angeles Lakers. Yes, with the Lakers. So, Kendrick Nunn will be exercising his option with the Los Angeles Lakers. I think it's worth $5.25 million. So that has been announced that he will be he'll be doing that. All right, Kendrick Nunn. So that is also the latest reports there. Let's see here. Let's see. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more NBA basketball news to share with you. The Memphis Grizzlies also became the first team in NBA history to lead the league in rebounds, steals, and blocks in one single season, folks. Can you believe that? Ladies and gentlemen, not only did John Morant make his triumphant return after a 9-game absence, but John Morant, ladies and gentlemen, also, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, in his Grizzlies.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Hold on, folks.
Sorry, I'm still not sure.
All right, sorry about that. The Memphis Grizzlies, folks, not only did John Morant make his return after a 9-game absence, but the Grizzlies organization also, they are the first team in NBA history to lead the league in rebounds, steals, and blocks, all in one single season, folks. Tremendous. Truly, truly tremendous. Truly tremendous. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you know, Nikola Jokic. What is Nikola Jokic? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk to all my basketball fans out there. Where are my basketball fans at? Do you see this guy who is pretty much probably destined for back-to-back MVPs? Right or wrong? Right or wrong? I mean, who could not disagree with that? Who cannot disagree? I mean, I wish I could put a poll question out there. I wish I could put a poll question out there. Can I put a poll? Yeah, I can. All right. So, again, I'm going to put a poll question out there. Will Nikola... Alright, will Nikola Jokic... Hold on a sec. Alright, so again, will Nikola Jokic become MVP for the second straight time? Alright, here it is. Here it is. Alright, so you have 1 minute and 6 seconds left to vote. So, ladies and gentlemen, the poll question out there. Will Nikola Jokic become your MVP for the second straight time? Will he become MVP? So again, put your votes out there. Let it be known. Will Nikola Jokic become MVP for the second straight season? So again, folks, Nikola Jokic is without a shadow of a doubt having an amazing season. Amazing season nonetheless. And folks, I mean, this guy is destined for back-to-back MVPs. And when you talk about Nikola Jokic, ladies and gentlemen, in his past 5 games, let alone his past 5 games, ladies and gentlemen, it's beyond unbelievable and unreal what Nikola Jokic is doing. So, in the past 5 games, folks, Nikola Jokic, ladies and gentlemen, Nikola Jokic has performed 37 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, and 79% field goal percentage. 38 points, 19 rebounds, 8 assists, 67 field goal percentage. And then 38 points, 18 rebounds, 6 assists, and 68% field goal percentage. And then 41 points, 17 rebounds, 4 assists, and 51% field goal percentage. And then 35 points, 16 rebounds, 6 assists, and 67 field goal percentage for Nikola Jokic. That is crazy. And that is over the last 5 games, let alone, ladies and gentlemen. That is over the last 5 games in Nikola Jokic's performance. So is he destined to become your MVP for the second straight year? So again, let it be known, folks. Cast your votes in. Tell me what you think. I mean, do you see Nikola Jokic becoming back-to-back MVPs? For an amazing season that he's having, nonetheless. All right. Let's see here. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, Joel Embiid became the first center in Philadelphia 76ers to average 30 points per game. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. He averaged 30 points per game since the year 1982. So Joel Embiid, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, as a center in his position, Joel Embiid, for the first time in his position, folks, he averaged 30 points per game, the first since the year 1982, folks. For Joel Embiid to do that, he did that this past week. Awesome stuff for Joel Embiid, folks. And you know what? Speaking of MVP, Joel Embiid is in the conversation of that MVP discussions as well. So, I mean, Joel Embiid really wants that MVP level. He definitely does. So, the question remains, will he get it? Will he accomplish it? So, truly something to wait and see, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of great talent out there for people to pursue, folks. I mean, as your MVP candidate, nonetheless. So, we shall see and remain what's going to happen with that one. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, NBA news to share with everybody. The Lakers have signed Wayne Gabriel to a standard NBA deal. And also the Lakers have signed Mac McClung. Yeah, Mac McClung to the Los Angeles Lakers as well this past week. So they signed, ladies and gentlemen, again, Wayne Gabriel. Wayne Gabriel. Wayne Gabriel. They signed Wayne Gabriel to a standard deal. And also they brought in Mac McClung to the Los Angeles Lakers. And the Lakers did that this past week. Just to confirm and clarify that with everybody. All right. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's more news buzzing around the NBA and regarding team owners. Now, there's some team owners out there that have been getting high paid money. And you all know who I'm talking about. You definitely know who I'm talking about. Los Angeles Clippers owner. Yes. He goes by the name of Steve Ballmer, folks. Steve Ballmer. The highest sports team owner among major American sports. So, I'm going to give you my top five team, the richest, highest sport team owners among major American sports. Steve Ballmer, ladies and gentlemen, of the Los Angeles Clippers, currently leading at $91.4 billion. Yes, as the NBA sports team owner, folks. Incredible. And then you have the Cleveland Cavaliers, Daniel Gilbert, currently at $22 billion. The New York Mets, well, this is baseball now, but we're talking about, again, among major American sports. New York Mets, Steve Cohen, currently leading at $17.4 billion. This is not million, this is billion, folks. $1 billion. David Tepper of the Carolina Panthers, currently at $16.7 billion. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Pera. Robert Pera of the Memphis Grizzlies, currently leading at $14.6 billion, folks. Yes. So, talk about some hefty money right there. Talk about some heavy money by the highest, richest sports team owners in among American professional American sports in the industry of our sports organization, in our sports industry. That's what I'm trying to refer to here. So again, the highest, richest sports team owners among major American sports in the team industry of our sports, again, goes to Steve Ballmer, who is the number one in your team sports owner, currently at $91.4 billion, folks, for the Los Angeles Clippers. And then Daniel Gilbert for the Cleveland Cavaliers at $22 billion. And then Steve Cohen for the New York Mets at $17.4. And then David Tepper for the Carolina Panthers at $60.7 billion. And finally, Robert Pera of the Memphis Grizzlies at $14.6 billion. So, truly amazing stuff when you talk about the richest, highest sport team owners in our American sport industry. So, truly awesome nonetheless. So, in our nature of sports, it's incredible. It's incredible. It is incredible, no doubt about it. So it's insane amounts of money. It's insane amounts of money, folks. It is insane amounts of money. All right, now I'm gonna throw a little bit of college basketball news where some people made transfers also this past week. One of them was St. Peter's. Yeah, St. Peter's basketball. College basketball, ladies and gentlemen. So One of them goes by the name of Duck Edert, ladies and gentlemen. So St. Peter's Doug Edert has committed to Bryant. So he announced his transfer, and he's committed to Bryant. That announcement came this past week. So he's actually one of the three of the St. Peter's basketball team that has entered the transfer portal and has committed to the Bryant college basketball team this past week. So that is also the latest reports there. Coming from college basketball news. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, another college basketball news to share with everybody. This one came out of actually the Duke Blue Devils. Yeah, this came out from the Duke Blue Devils organization. So the Duke Blue Devils, ladies and gentlemen, have announced this past week, ladies and gentlemen, that they have landed fifth 5-star recruit for the 2023 class in Mackenzie Magbaku. Mackenzie Magbaku, ladies and gentlemen. The Duke Blue Devils have announced that they are recruiting the fifth 5-star recruit for the year 2023 class in Mackenzie Magbaku for the Duke Blue Devils. Truly an awesome stuff there for in recruiting the 2023 fifth 5-star recruit in the class of the year 2023 in Mackenzie Magbaku, if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. I'm sorry if I'm, juggerbugging that name. But I'm doing the best of my abilities nonetheless. So if I'm committed, you guys are committed to the name, right? But other than that, folks, congratulations to him, though. He is now going to be a Duke Blue Devil. He's going to be a Duke Blue Devil for the year 2023. And by the way, folks, he's a 5-star. He's a 5-star recruit. So, when you talk about college football and you talk about All-Americans, he's the one to be considered an All-American, as your 5-star recruit for the year 2023 class. So it's pretty awesome. So again, for Duke Blue Devils to land this young professional athlete, nonetheless. So that's some NCAA college basketball news to share with you folks. I don't know if we have any more college basketball to share, but let me see. Before we go back to the NBA. Let me see here. No, I think we're up to date. We're up to date, folks. Again, I think we are up to date on college basketball recruits, and a couple signings here and there. Some moves are being made in college basketball. Now that the college basketball season is pretty much over, we're seeing some transactions coming in. So, and we're always, again, this is what our podcast is all about, folks. When the news comes in, we deliver it to you, nonetheless. Oh yeah, here we go. I forgot something. Gonzaga, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are familiar with this man, right? The guy with the mustache, Drew Timme, yes, has declared for the 2022 NBA draft. The Gonzaga Bulldog, Drew Timme, the guy that has his mustache all the way down here. What a beautiful mustache this guy, and it comes out so beautifully too. But nonetheless, Drew Timme, ladies and gentlemen, the Gonzaga Bulldog, has announced that he'll be declaring for the NBA 2022 draft. This upcoming draft, nonetheless. So awesome stuff there. Congratulations to him. And we'll see where he lands in this drafts, nonetheless. All right. I believe that is all for college basketball news there. I think we should be good. We're up to date on that. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this has been talked about a lot. All right. This has been talked about a lot. Stay tuned for this real quick. Now, Major League Baseball has been talking about the Oakland Athletics. Okay, the Oakland Athletics moving over to Las Vegas. All right, Major League Baseball wants to create a Las Vegas baseball team. So they want to become the Las Vegas Athletics. Also, the NBA was talking about moving over to Las Vegas. Yeah. But we have confirmation. So the NBA has announced this past week that there are no confirmation or reports and no plans in sight that the NBA has any exceptions to move over in creating a Las Vegas basketball team. All right. So the NBA has no discussions, no talks, none whatsoever to create a basketball team in the city of Las Vegas. I mean, you guys already are familiar with the NFL. All right. They have the Las Vegas Raiders. All right. They already have the Las Vegas Raiders. So Major League Baseball is trying to jump ship on this right now of making the Oakland Athletics become the Las Vegas Athletics. And then NBA is also thinking about introducing a basketball team, to come join the city of Las Vegas. I don't know what's going on, man, with the city of Las Vegas. I think the city of Las Vegas right now is becoming at its highest popularity. The highest popularity city of them all, if you guys all recall. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, before sports interacted with the city of Las Vegas was known for its popularity in its casinos. Right? Right or wrong? Everybody knows that. All right? It's no ifs or no brainer about it. All right? Las Vegas, their popularity was the popularity of the casinos in the city of Las Vegas. But now, they want to get all sports affiliated and associated with the city of Las Vegas. So, in a way, everybody wants to jump ship with the city of Las Vegas. Everybody wants to get the city of Las Vegas, their community at a higher standard. Where, they want to get that popularity at 100% level. They want to get it considered, with their profits, with their revenue, with their assets. They want to get all that to get Las Vegas as the highest sports marketing community. Yes, I had to throw that out there. They want to become the highest sports marketing community. They definitely do. But the latest reports coming out, though, is NBA has made it crystal clear as of right now that they are not talking about anything of making an NBA basketball team in the city of Las Vegas. As of right now, there is no talks about it. There are just no talks about it right now. All right, in the city of Las Vegas. So the city of Las Vegas will not have an NBA team as of right now. Okay, so just to clarify that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back and talk about Nikola Jokic again, the guy who continues to break so many records in the NBA that he hasn't done already. Also, Nikola Jokic, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, he became the first player in NBA history to record 2,000 points, 1,000 rebounds, and 500 assists in a single season. Folks, what is that Nikola Jokic hasn't done yet? All right, not only are they talking about him becoming back-to-back MVP, but this guy in a single season recorded 2,000 points, 1,000 rebounds, and 500 assists in a single season combined. Tremendous. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now let's talk about the NBA rookie ladder. There are some team players out there that are in discussions of becoming your rookie of the year. And I think I could give you my top 10 of those players who are going to be considered your Rookie of the Year candidates after this season's over. You have Evan Mobley sitting at number 1. Cade Cunningham sitting at number 2. Scotty Barnes currently sitting at number 3. Jalen Green currently sitting at number 4. Franz Wagner currently sitting at number 5. Josh Giddey currently sitting at number 6. Herb Jones currently sitting at number 7. Davian Mitchell currently sitting at number 8. Bones Highland currently sitting at number 9. And Ayu Dasamanu currently sitting at number 10. Ayu Dasamanu currently sitting at number 10 in your Rookie of the Year ladder. So, again, here are the names again for the Rookie of the Year ladder, folks. Evan Mobley, Cade Cunningham, Scotty Barnes, Jalen Green, Franz Wagner, Josh Giddey, Herb Jones, Davian Mitchell, Bones Highland, and Ayu Dasamanu currently sitting as your number top 10 of the Rookie of the Year ladder. So, those are your candidates for the Rookie of the Year once the season's over. So, then, again, Evan Mobley, Cade Cunningham, Scotty Barnes, Jalen Green, Franz Wagner, Josh Giddey, Herb Jones, Davian Mitchell, Bones Highland, and Ayu Dasamanu. Yes. All right. Those are your candidates for Rookie of the Year. All right. All right. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Let's go over. All right. So, those were your Rookie of the Year ladders, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go over the MVP race. The NBA's MVP race, folks. And here are your top 10 candidates for the NBA's MVP ladder. So, as of right now, ladies and gentlemen, Nikola Jokic currently sitting at number 1. Giannis Antetokounmpo currently sitting at number 2. Luka Doncic currently sitting at number 3. Joel Embiid currently sitting at number 4. Jason Tatum currently sitting at number 5. Devin Booker currently sitting at number 6. Kevin Durant currently sitting at number 7. Yes, Kevin Durant is in the MVP mix. DeMar DeRozan currently sitting at number 8. Chris Paul currently sitting at number 9. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, at number 10, Karl Anthony Towns. Those are your MVP candidates currently at number sitting. Your top 10 currently sitting for the MVP race. All right. So again, interesting, right? Interesting to note. All right. Let's see here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, also, this past week, we witnessed some franchise records being broken. The Miami Heat set a franchise record with 23 pointers made versus the Hornets this past week. Yes, they made that. And also, the Philadelphia 76ers were on the mix as well. The 76ers also set a franchise record with 23 pointers made versus the Indiana Pacers. That's also what occurred in the NBA basketball this past week, nonetheless. All right, we are up to date, ladies and gentlemen. So right now we are going to talk about the latest on the NBA playoffs. We're going to talk about that. Also, we're going to give you some predictions, and we're going to recap the 4 games from your Saturday, nonetheless. There is a game about to start in the NBA. I think it's scheduled for 1 o'clock. I don't know. Actually, no. All our NBA games, the first game I think starts at 3:30. Yeah, it starts at 3:30. All right. So we're up to date on that, nonetheless. All right. Let's see here. All right. With that being said, folks, before we move over to recapping your Saturday NBA basketball games, I just want to see if I'm up to date on everything here. I think we delivered everything that needs to be delivered, nonetheless. All right. All right, folks, we are good to go. Let's review the Saturday games from the NBA. We'll give them to you, and we'll recap those scores. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, the Indiana Pacers, they lost to the Philadelphia 76ers. 133 to 120 was your final. As the Philadelphia 76ers, they picked up their 50th win of the season. They're at 50-31 overall. The Grizzlies, ladies and gentlemen, they beat the New Orleans Pelicans. 141 to 114 was your final. The Golden State Warriors, they beat the San Antonio Spurs. 100 to 94 was your final score there. And the Los Angeles Clippers, they beat the Sacramento Kings. 117 to 98 was your final score there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 15 NBA games slanted for today. We're going to give those to you right now. After that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about the NBA playoffs. And we're going to see currently where each team stands as of right now. But that could all still change going into this Sunday's action before tip-off, of course, right? So with that being said, folks, let's see if I just want to double check and see if I missed anything that has not been said already that needs to be said. I don't think so, but let me just double check. By the way, I hate internet. I hate technology overall. When it's not working with you, you know, it's all over the place. All right. Okay. All right, good. All right. Let's go over your Sunday predictions, folks, and your Sunday games before tip-off. Let's go over those right now. Let's start off with, ladies and gentlemen, the Milwaukee Bucks. They are scheduled to take on the Cleveland Cavaliers. That game is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. later on today. I have the defending NBA champions, the Milwaukee Bucks, becoming victorious against the Cavaliers later on today. The Atlanta Hawks versus the Houston Rockets. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the Hawks are in the play-in tournament. I believe so. The Hawks, they're scheduled to play against the Rockets. That game is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. later on today. I have the Atlanta Hawks becoming victorious against the Houston Rockets. Indiana Pacers against the Brooklyn Nets. That game is also scheduled for 3:30 p.m. I like the Brooklyn Nets edging out a win against the Indiana Pacers. The Washington Wizards against the Charlotte Hornets. That game is again scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Those are the early games, folks. I like the Hornets against the Wizards this afternoon. All right, now these games are all you have 4 games scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time tonight. First one is Detroit Pistons taking on the Philadelphia 76ers. I think the Detroit Pistons have nothing else to play for. Unless the 76ers rest their starters tonight, I like the 76ers edging out a victory against the Detroit Pistons. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern later on tonight. The Miami Heat versus the Orlando Magic. Again, Orlando Magic have nothing to play for. Unless the Miami Heat rest their starters, we'll see what goes on with that matchup. I like the Miami Heat. So they'll be getting victory there against the Orlando Magic. Toronto Raptors against the New York Knicks. I like the Knicks in this one. I think the Knicks could edge out a victory later on tonight. Boston Celtics against the Memphis Grizzlies. I like the Boston Celtics in this one. Again, edging out a victory against the Memphis Grizzlies nonetheless. All right. These games are scheduled. Well, this one game is scheduled for 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Chicago Bulls versus the Timberwolves. I like the Timberwolves becoming victorious against the Chicago Bulls. I don't know what's going on with the Chicago Bulls, folks. Chicago Bulls have been losing a lot of games lately, and that trend continues. And I don't think it gets better here moving forward. So I like the Timberwolves edging out a victory against the Chicago Bulls nonetheless. Golden State Warriors against the Pelicans. I like the Warriors in this one. That game is scheduled for 9:30 p.m. later on tonight. Sacramento Kings against the Phoenix Suns. I like the Suns in this one, becoming victorious and picking up their 65th victory of the season. The Suns will be victorious. This game is scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The Suns will beat the Sacramento Kings later on tonight. The Los Angeles Lakers against the Denver Nuggets. I like Nikola Jokic. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Nikola Jokic, he had his 16 game technical foul removed, and I think he was eligible to play yesterday. So I will be seeing him in the active roster later on today against the... Well, actually, he did not even play yesterday. So his 16-game technical foul, according to reports and sources, ladies and gentlemen, it has been removed. So Nikola Jokic will be expected to be on the active roster lineup. He'll be going up against the Lakers in the season finale. That game is scheduled for 9:30 p.m. I like the Nuggets edging out a victory against the Los Angeles Lakers. The Utah Jazz against the Portland Trail Blazers. I like the Jazz against the Blazers later on tonight. Oklahoma City Thunder against the Los Angeles Clippers. I like the Clippers in this one to become victorious against Oklahoma City Thunder. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your San Antonio Spurs against the Dallas Mavericks and Luka Doncic. I like Luka Doncic against the San Antonio Spurs, nonetheless. That game is also scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment of truth. The moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the play-in tournament. Let's talk about the play-in tournament and the playoffs in general. So we're going to talk about... Alright, so we're going to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, your NBA playoffs, along with how things really are shaping up right now for the NBA playoff picture. So, ladies and gentlemen, the play-in tournament is expected to start on April 12th, 2022, this upcoming Tuesday. The first game of that series will be the Clippers versus the Timberwolves. All right? Now, we're not going to get to that just yet because there are games going on today. There's 15 games scheduled for today. All right? But let's say the playoffs in the NBA, started today. All right? Hypothetically, an educated guess here. This is how the play-in tournament would look like right now. Out of the Western Conference picture, ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix Suns would be number 1 seed. The number 2 seed would be the Memphis Grizzlies. The number 3 seed would be the Golden State Warriors. The number 4 seed would be the Dallas Mavericks. The number 5 seed would be the Utah Jazz. And the number 6 seed would be the Denver Nuggets. All those teams from 1 through 6 are locked. They're in. Here's your play-in tournament. Right now, currently at number 7 is the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Los Angeles Clippers. Your number 9 seed and your number 10 seed are the Pelicans and the San Antonio Spurs. Alright, so, hypothetically, an educated guess. Let's say the Minnesota Timberwolves beat the Los Angeles Clippers. The Minnesota Timberwolves are automatically in the playoffs, folks. They punched their ticket. Alright? They'll be facing the Memphis Grizzlies in the playoffs. But the number 8 seed will have to play the winner of the number 9 versus the number 10 seed. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Pelicans versus the San Antonio Spurs will face the Los Angeles Clippers. Whoever loses that game goes home. Alright? So, I'm trying to break this down little by little to the best of my ability. The number 9 seed versus the number 10 seed. Alright? In the play-in tournament. Whoever plays that game, win or go home. Alright? So, I'm going to throw an educated guess out there. Hypothetically. Alright? Let's say the Pelicans beat the San Antonio Spurs. The San Antonio Spurs are officially eliminated, folks. They're out the window. But here's the good news. The Pelicans versus the Clippers will be fighting for the number 8 spot. The final spot. You know why? Because the Minnesota Timberwolves have already punched their ticket to face the Memphis Grizzlies in the playoffs. So it'll be the number 7 seed versus the number 2 seed, the Memphis Grizzlies. So, with that being said, hypothetically, an educated guess here. I'm throwing that educated guess out there. Let's say the Clippers beat the Pelicans. That means the Clippers will have a date with the Phoenix Suns. Yes. So, unfortunately, yeah, we all know the Clipper season is going to come to an end. Alright? Unfortunately, they will not be doing so much clipping. Yeah, they will not be doing so much clipping. All right, so they'll be probably most. This is not an educated guess. This is possibly a spoiler alert. So this is a spoiler alert. So they'll be going up against the number 1 seed Phoenix Suns, and most hypothetically not hypothetically. This is actually a promise. The Phoenix Suns will eliminate the Los Angeles Clippers. So, what a season run, though. What a season run. I'll give him that. But this is a spoiler alert. So, most likely, the Phoenix Suns will edge out a victor and become victorious against the Los Angeles Clippers. So, the Clippers will not be doing so much clipping after this upcoming season is over and done with. Alright, that's how the Western Conference picture looks like, folks. Here's how the Eastern Conference picture looks. As of right now, if the playoffs started today, Miami Heat would be your number 1 team. The number 2 team would be the Milwaukee Bucks. The number 3 team would be the Boston Celtics. The number 4 team would be the Philadelphia 76ers. The number 5 team would be the Toronto Raptors. And finally, your number 6 team would be the Chicago Bulls. So, with that being said, those number 6 teams that I mentioned have already punched their ticket into the playoffs. Here's how the play-in tournament plays out. And this is an educated guess, ladies and gentlemen. The number 7 seed versus the number 8 seed would be the Brooklyn Nets versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. Alright, here's an educated guess here. Let's say the Brooklyn Nets beat the Cavaliers. The Brooklyn Nets are in the playoffs. They punched their ticket. They have a date with the defending NBA champions. May I mind you, the Brooklyn Nets, they lost to the NBA defending champions last year. Yes, they lost to the NBA defending champions last year. And you know what? They're going to be playing with them again this year. So they have a dance with them this year too. They have a date with them. They pretty much have a date with Destiny this year, if you want to call it that way. So the Brooklyn Nets, ladies and gentlemen, will be playing the defending NBA champions, the Milwaukee Bucks. Alright, they punched their ticket. They're in. The Cleveland Cavaliers, well, they have to wait the winner of the Atlanta Hawks versus the Charlotte Hornets basketball game. Alright, here's an educated guess here. Let's say the Atlanta Hawks beat the Hornets. Alright, so the Atlanta Hawks will be fighting for the 8th spot. Alright, so it'll be the Atlanta Hawks and the Cleveland Cavaliers fighting for that 8th seed to play the Miami Heat. The Charlotte Hornets are out. They're eliminated. Alright, that's it. They're one and done. They're done. Over and done with. Alright? So, with that being said, let's say an educated guess here. Let's say the Atlanta Hawks, triumphant. They prevailed. They're the winner. They beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cleveland Cavaliers are eliminated. That means the Atlanta Hawks will be facing the Miami Heat as your number 8 seed. Pretty much. That's it right there. So the Atlanta Hawks, ladies and gentlemen, will be your number 8 seed facing the Miami Heat as the number 1 seed. And to be honest with you, in that one, you know, the way Trae Young is playing, it could be anybody's ball game. It could be anybody's ball game. You know? You never know. You never know what kind of ice tray you're gonna be getting when it comes to the Atlanta Hawks. You know, and ice tray nonetheless. And Trae Young. You don't know what kind of Trae Young you're gonna be getting. So that's the latest reports from there, folks. So with that being said, that's how the playoff picture looks right now. And we'll see how it looks after tonight. So going into Monday morning, look out for a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, of how the NBA playoffs is going to look like. After today's games, we should definitely have a clear picture of exactly how the NBA playoffs is going to look like. As of right now, I believe this is locked. Come Tuesday, April 12th, it will be the Timberwolves versus the Los Angeles Clippers. I think that game is already set in stone. All right, that game is already set in stone and locked. So it is going to be the Timberwolves versus the Los Angeles Clippers to begin the play-in tournament on Tuesday, April 12th, 2022 season for the NBA playoffs. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on Worldwide Sport Updates. You have been a great audience. I have been streaming on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube channel, all over, ladies and gentlemen. Again, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot thank you enough. You have been a great audience, and it's been a pleasure. I thank you for your much appreciated support. Thank you for coming on here and saying hello. And again, showing so much love, interacting with Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast each and every week, ladies and gentlemen. On Friday, tune into our recorded podcast for all the latest sport updates that happen throughout the week. And also, ladies and gentlemen, tune in to a live podcast every Sunday mornings ladies and gentlemen, from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock p.m. And if there's overtime, we'll give you overtime. All right? That is our commitment and dedication to you for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. We strive for success. We strive for the best, to give our best, to delivering sports news and up-to-date current events that is happening in your world industry of sports. Nonetheless, you have been a great audience, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Without you, we would have not hit over 8,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. Can you believe it? We are over 1,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. That is truly awesome. You guys have been a truly awesome blessing. Nonetheless, to be hitting over 8,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel, it is truly on an awesome feeling, and it's very blessed and grateful at the same time. I can't thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't thank you enough. You guys, without you, Worldwide Sports Updates would not be where it is today after making its debut back in the year of October 2021. Folks, we are talking October 2021 is when the Worldwide Sport Updates podcast made its debut, folks. Right after I graduated from college, folks, is when Worldwide Sport Updates made its official debut. And look at this. We are in the month of April, and we continue to strive for the best, for excellence, nonetheless. And it's truly an awesome feeling, and truly an incredible feeling, nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Have yourself a great work week. Have yourself a great week, nonetheless. I will see you next Sunday. Again, tune into our recorded podcast on Friday. Stay blessed, stay safe, and stay healthy, nonetheless. I'll talk to you guys all next week. Have a good one. Enjoy the sports games going on your Sunday. We have Major League Baseball. We have NBA basketball. We have NHL hockey going on today. You name it. We have a lot going on. We have a lot of sports events going on today, nonetheless. So enjoy those games. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll talk to you guys next week. Have a good one and stay safe. Take care. Bye-bye.